Well, everybody's here. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. People show up for the. Hi. Hi, Jesse. Hi, Rose. Hi, Carol. People show up for the Yuri, huh? How are we doing? How are we doing? Yeah, yeah. Hi. I remember the cat lady. I don't know about you guys. I'm shoving a hot pocket in my face right now. It's not very good, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I don't know. I still don't know how much I have left of this game. But I done. But I don't think it's that supposed to be that long of a game. But it's been. This is the fourth time I've streamed this already, and it's been just a bit of a slow burn. I'm not gonna lie. Hmm. I like it though. I'm enjoying it a lot. Yay. One second. Hi, Carol. Mm. Wait, so the timer, do you see the buggies? It needs to be higher. Oh my goodness. Oh, I did that the wrong thing. I need to hit load, not start. It's messing me up that I can't see my cursor for some reason. That's okay, Jesse. So I'm trying to finish my food before I start because I have to read. To a drug market. Kids pebble. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. I'm sorry, I'm almost done. Pumpkin sandwich. Mmm. Tomato, mayo, lettuce, cheese, chicken. Mm. A custard bun? Did you have normal dinner? I get googly and I almost choke. I'm good. I'm fine. I have eaten, yes. Okay, good. Mm. The googly eyes are so silly. Googly! Okay, so last time... Huggy, huggy, yeah! Huggy! So, last time they did kiss. And now, Henny has another, vampire to go and save Mike with. And... Is Lizina kissing what? It's last stream! No, they top each other. I missed the build-up I saw on my phone when they were smooching. I screamed. Okay, I didn't miss it. I just forgot. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting nervous because, like, Henny is employing another vampire to, go and kill Mike's new vampire girlfriend. And now it's like, hey, can we not? They're happy. Let them kiss. Let them be gay together, please. That scared me. I was like, what happened? What is the prediction? Oh, damn lesophobes always ruining my fury. Will they kiss again? Lucky's will vote on prediction now. Okay, I'm gonna start reading the story then. You guys vote. I'll start. It was late at night. The moon was round and full when Henny ventured into the woods, Johann and Haida Maria in tow. The woods were every bit as eerie and inhospitable as Henny remembered from her wanderings weeks prior. The boughs of trees were curled up like claws, as though meaning to grab her, and the uneven floor was strewn with loose leaves, twisted roots, and creeping fog. Inhospitable. It was a cold, windy night, and the breeze which ran through the boughs of these skeletal trees seemed almost to sob. The breeze nipped at Henny's fingers, and the hem of her sensible black maid's dress, so she shivered. Henny knew where Magdalena's home was, more or less, yet she had been in such a state as she ran away from it, she felt disoriented. Hi, Asian guy. Hi. Ugh, hydrate. Okay. Hi. Okay, I closed my wallet for once. Bijou. The forest was so full of tall, skinny trees, it was hard for her to get her bearings. Hi, Stone! Hi! Just woke up from nap. Nice. So gonna be lurking. Have a good lurking, guy! Oh, yes! Voted the prediction! Vote prediction! Yes! Spend it! Spend your candy heart money. We have to enrich the candy heart economy. We got to move these candy hearts around. I do bald a lot. What are the options on this? Wait, I didn't even look at this. Yes, no, any clamp blocked him. Are you understanding? Asian guy, no! Asian guy, no! What do you have against love? Max stacks of candy hearts. She hoped that she only hoped that she was right in her recollections, and her footsteps were leading her closer to Mike's side, rather than further. Please, Mike, Henny prayed silently, her soles depressing the twigs and the leaves beneath her. Be safe, that's all I ask. Have a good lurk, Asian guy! Well, isn't this a beautiful night? Hey, look, Johanna's back. I love his design. I love his makeup. Works. That's what I figured. Carol down. Hyder Marie spoke in casual tones that belied. Words are hard. Belied. Okay. Belied the seriousness of their situation as they walked. She, for her part, seemed quite at her ease, though perhaps that was because, as a vampire, she was accustomed to the stillness of night. Yes, curse you, latency. Certainly, she would have preferred it over the heat and light of day. The moon is so lovely, yet lethal. Lethal? But of course, werewolves aren't the only beings who undergo significant changes during the full moon. It also imbues us vampires with strength. Hyder Marie flexed her fingers, extending them as a pianist might before setting them down to play a symphony. For a being who has been dead for so many centuries, I feel quite alive. I'm positively tingling with excitement. It's been a long, long while since I had a job to do. Hyder Marie's lips split into a grin wide enough to reveal her incisors. They glistened at the front of her mouth, sharper and more deadly than needles. I hope it doesn't disappoint. I'll be upset if this Magdalena does not put up a fight. Now, Hyder Marie, we didn't come out here just to have fun. Frau Henrique wishes for our help, and we must do all we can to aid her. This is serious. A woman's life may be on the line. Well, of course I know that. I'm aware this will be a delicate operation. But I think that makes this even more entertaining. It's been a terribly long time since I got to rescue any fair maidens. I do so love being a brave, noble hero, though I must give you a few words of advice, Fraulein. There's a chance that your beloved mistress may have already departed from the world of mortals. Oh. Henny stiffened at this, and Johann's disapproving frown deepened. Hyder Marie, please, be more considerate. By that, you mean ply her with false reassurances? No, I just... Such sweet lies may come easily to you, Johann, but they don't sit right with me. I might be a depraved monster, but I don't like to deceive people. I don't deceive people. I spread the word of God. And you truly believe in the eventual reckoning and salvation and heaven? Yes, of course I do. You know I do. I wouldn't preach of such matters if I didn't. Hyder Marie pressed her lips together before eventually capitulating. Yes, I suppose you're right. You've always been an awful goody two-shoes. You're not a liar either, Johann. Though you are misguided in your optimism. I know you only wish to think of on the most positive potential outcome, but life often does not work out as we might want. Henry looked again to Henny, one arm resting on her hip. Powerful though I am, I'm not privy to everything that happens in Augsburg's vicinity. I cannot say for certain that your mistress will be unscathed. Though I am certain that I'll be able to dispatch with this Magdalena in due course. It may be too late for your mistress. Please come to terms with that during our travels. It will save you a lot of unnecessary grief later. Well, I suppose you have no ill intentions by saying this. Johann clicked his tongue while Haida Marie tittered. But you don't need to sound half so gleeful while phrasing your concern. It makes one doubt how genuine you're being. Rose, don't mind me. I once in knees. Oh my god. You think I'm not being genuine? You rarely are. You're a menace. Oh, woe is me. Haida Marie staggered back erratically, one hand pressed to her breast, as though she had been mortally wounded. Relating to men in order: robot boyfriend, 2 dragon boyfriend, 3 willowy goth fat boy who will whimper for me. Women supersede all of these. Had Henny not been so tense, perhaps she would have smiled at Haida Marie's antics. As it was, however, she found herself incapable of seeing the funny side in the young girl's capering. Her thoughts were too full of Mike to pay the mischievous Haida Marie much heed. She knew Haida Marie had a point. Her and Mike could very well be dead, but Henny did not wish to come to terms with such a possibility. If Mike was dead... Frau Henrique? It was Johann who spoke next. After a pause as rent by Haida Marie's warning, his voice softer and gentler than the moonlight. I know Haida Marie speaks callously, but she does have a point. There's no guarantee we will be able to save your mistress. But if her heart beats still, then Haida Marie and I will do all in our power to save her. You can rest assured on that score. I'm a lesbian first and a question mark after. The question mark is because I'm married to a man, okay? I see. What's going on there? Hey, it's fine. Don't worry about it. As long as you're happy. As long as if you're happy, it don't matter. It don't matter. Don't worry about it. I don't need to talk about it. Yes. Okay. Now keep reading these difficult German names. Please, place your faith in us. I would never seek to betray your trust, not when you went to the effort of seeking us out as you did. Yes, Johann is right. If there is a damsel to recover, she shall, of course, be rescued. And as she is a corpse, well, we'll simply have to pay her our respects. Either way, you'll get the closure you want. By the time this night is up, we will know exactly what has happened to your beloved Mike. Thank you. I don't know how Mike has been faring, or what state she may be in when we find her. But I suppose I'll find out soon enough, before the night comes to a close. Everything will be sorted then, one way or another, for better or for worse. Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. It's best not to get your hopes up too much. Haida Marie giggled to herself anew, as a young girl might, while Henny continued to traipse through the woods? Traipse. We're gonna go with that. She had been walking for almost an hour now and could feel the chill air growing colder, or as it settled around her about her shoulders like a shroud. Grapes? Okay, yay! I did say it right. My captions think I'm saying grapes, though. That's funny. Henny shivered, winding her arms about herself, and thought about Mike. If Mike was alive, she supposed she would be asleep right now, perhaps in the very same cell she and Henny had once played Joker in. Henny hoped Magdalena had been giving Mike enough to eat, but she doubted it. Magdalena had not, for all her pretensions, been the most hospitable of hosts. Henny could only pray, with each footstep she took, that Mike had been able to endure all her suffering. She was a strong person, far stronger than her fair skin and delicate features suggested. Henny could still remember how, when they had been children, Mike had confessed to her mother that it had been she who first hit upon the bright idea to enter the family's mausoleum, she who should be punished rather than Henny. Mike had always come to Henny's defense, heedless of what might happen to her. Henny had always admired Mike for her sense of justice. She thought her good, honest, and unwavering. Now, Henny had meant to display similar qualities for Mike's sake. Henny continued to walk on, the top of her head illuminated by the milky moonlight. Foliage rustled about her, and overhead an owl hooted. The fog swirled about her ankles. It was thick. It was so thick, Henny could hardly see where she was going. Henny's eyes were not golden like Hyda Marie's, but those of an ordinary human, and they were unaccustomed to the gloom. Henny stumbled several times while walking, and Johann had to support her. Normally, Henny would have thanked Johann for his consideration, but she was so focused upon her task that she hadn't the words to spare for him. Womb? What? Okay, I have to make food now. Okay. Every beat of her heart seemed to call out Mike's name. Her every thought was laced with her dear friend and of her fate. Henny knew it was a possibility that she might be too late, but she soon discarded it. Mike would be fine. She had to be fine. Henny still had hope. It swelled within her, growing stronger and stronger the closer she drew to Magdalena's home. Henny kept going, placing one foot after the other in a grim march until... Ah, yes, we must be on the right track. I can smell it now. Smell what? Death. Hyda Marie's answer was a simple one, yet it made Henny shudder all the same. Oh, curry. Look. Take pictures. Take pictures. Share. Share with the class. Well, after you make it, obviously, but share with the class later. Vampires often cloak their abodes in magic, but these parlor tricks only work on mundane creatures such as humans. To a fellow vampire like myself, such enchantments are a mere child's play. Try to though we might, we vampires cannot hide from one another. The stench of death is much too strong. The soil beneath our feet is soaked with blood. When I strain my ears, I can hear the screams of her victims in the air. It must be very, very close indeed. Hyda Marie smiled, her incisors razor sharp in the gloom which swelled about her. Now I must prepare myself for coming face to face with this young vampire. I would hate to look a mess. Uh, it took Mike almost a full hour before she was finally able to drift off that night, lulled into the world of slumber by the stirring of the breeze beyond her bedroom window. In her dreams, Mike saw herself and Magdalena as she wished they were, smiling arms linked like a pair of ordinary women. In this dream, Mike was not the sole daughter of the once noble von Essens, and Magdalena was not a vampire. They were both young ladies from moderately well-to-do families, both young and fresh-faced, with no outside pressures forcing them to wed. In this dream, Mike and Magdalena were of a like age, equals who had formed a fast friendship. In googly eyes, yeah. Together with it, they would promenade about their families' estates, play cards, and help one another with their hair. They flipped through fashion magazines, offered helpful critique upon one another's clothes, and often, during quiet moments, they would sit together and devour books like sweetmeats. They would read plays and poems and prose? And once they had finished with their tomes, they would talk about them to one another excitedly. Nobody condemned their friendship, and nobody sought to come between it in the pair of them. Henny gladly gave Mike and Magdalena her blessing, as did their parents. Mike's mother, in her dream, was not the exacting Lady von Essen, but another woman altogether, a woman kinder and more accepting, who did not smack books from Mike's hands, nor revile her for being too willful. I just submitted a ton of characters into the Smasher Pass, so don't say I didn't do my work. I think I nearly doubled the amount of characters you had. Yes, good. Yes, good. 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 Thank you, Stale. Snail's not here, but say thank you, Stale, for me. Storm, I thank Snail for her contribution. For her contributions. I'm not in Discord chat anymore. No. She would like to win. I thought you said she was giving you ideas. Was my assumption incorrect? Mika even dared, in this dream, to pursue with her fictional Magdalena a relationship deeper than that of close friends. There were covetous glances and brushing fingers out in public. Arms linked, with heads dipped just a little too close when they shared secrets. In private, meanwhile, between in their reading of books and their girlish chatter, they came even closer together until... But Mike knew these dreams could never come to pass. She was tormenting herself by indulging in a fantasy which could not be realized. But still, she continued to dream. She did not want to give her fantasies up. How could she? Mike had been lonely for most of her life, and she was tired of denying her heart what it wanted. She was smoldering. Mike turned beneath her covers, lost amongst her wonderful, impossible, painful dreams, when the sound of a scream awoke her. It was distant, but loud enough to penetrate her bedroom door. Mike sat up with a start, her mind jumbled. One hand flew to her chest, fingers splayed, beneath which her heart beat wildly, caught between sleep and waking. But she only suggested, like, 2 actual characters. I had to do most of the hard work. Oh. Well, thank you both for your contributions. The spooter thanks you very much. Very much. The screaming continued, high and hopeless. It was hard to gauge who owned the voice, but Mike thought it belonged to a woman. Was it Magdalena? Had she been caught off guard in her home laid waste? Mike knew not what kind of creature could make a vampire scream, but it must have been a frightening one. In trembling, Mike rose from her bed, then dashed barefoot to her bedroom door. She took the handle between her fingers and tried it, but she was soon scuppered. The door, as always, locked. Mike took a step back, fingers clenched at her front, deliberating. How was she to escape? Brute force was an option, she supposed. Mike was not very strong herself, but Magdalena's home was ancient. Everything was crumbling. The lock must have some give in it, yet enough to be sprung, perhaps, by her shoulder if she applied enough force. Maybe she could try to jimmy the lock with a more elegant method, maybe a hairpin. Mike had several, which she kept in a ceramic tray by her bedside, which she used to style her hair. Mike had never tried to pry open a door with such an inelegant method before. When she had broken into the family's mausoleum all those years ago, she had simply stolen a set of keys. It seemed imperative to try, however. If Magdalena was being hurt, then Mike wanted to protect her. Mike knew she could not simply stand idle and do nothing. Mike padded to her bedside and lit the candle which sat there with trembling hands. Then she selected a hairpin from the dish by her bedside for the job. Clutching it tight in her hand, she then started back for the door. Mike paused at by the door, making it and to slide the slender pin into the lock. But her attempts at escape soon proved to be unnecessary. The door opened outwards, creaking as it did, before she had a chance to make use of the hairpin. There was somebody standing in the entrance of Mike's bedchamber, somebody that Mike knew well, despite the darkness was swirled in the hallway. It was Henny. Aw. Hey, but where's Mike? Where's Magdalena? Hey. Hey, where's Magdalena? Hey, I don't like this. Where's Magdalena? I don't like this. It's very sweet, but where's the vampire? Where's her vampire girlfriend? I don't like that. Oh, Mike, thank goodness. I'm so glad to see you're all right. Henny threw herself forwards before Mike had a chance to speak and tightly wound her arms around her mistress's waist. The hairpin Mike had grasped now fell from her hand, her fingers falling slack. It hit the threadbare carpet, and there it lay, illuminated by spots of moonlight which crept through the worn curtains drawn about the windows. The moonlight lit Henny's face, too, or half of it, and Mike could see the tears beating upon her lashes. Mike didn't think them tears of sadness, however. They looked instead to be born of the relief. It had been almost a month since Mike had seen Henny last. Now they had finally been reunited. It was also sudden and so very unexpected, it still did not feel real. Mike wondered whether this was not a continuation of her dream, now taking on a different bent, wondered whether this was not a continuation of her dream, now taking on a different bent. But that seemed unlikely. Henny's body was soft, and Mike it remembered, but it was unyielding as it pressed against her grip too tight to be made of fancy. Mike had read a good number of books in her time, but her imagination was hardly good enough to conjure up a scene this vivid. It really was Henny in the flesh, come to rescue her, just as she had promised. Henny, oh Henny. Mike had begun to sob herself, from both surprise and relief. She returned to Henny's embrace, resting her head upon her shoulder, and for a while neither woman spoke. They only stood there in the entrance of Mike's bedroom, and sobbed, clinging tight as though their lives depended on it. The screams, however, did not abate, and the fresh volley of piercing cries made Mike's body stiffen. Concerned, she drew back, and looking at Henny, he said, "What are you doing here? How did you get here? Did you do something to Lena?" There's no time to explain right now. First, we need to escape. Escape? But where? Outside. Hurry, Mike, before she catches us. She? Mike's brow furrowed. Are you talking about Lena? I mean that monster, yes. Marie is holding her back, but I don't want to hang out while they settle matters. Spent more than enough time around monsters to last a lifetime. And I bet you have too. It was horrible, Mike. The things I've seen tonight trying to save you. But I don't want to dwell on it. It doesn't matter. Come on, let's go. But I'm not dressed. I can't wander around the woods in my nightgown. I'm not barefoot. I need some shoes at least. Can wait, please, Mike. Let's hurry. You need to run. What? Mike tried to protest, but Henny refused to listen. She squeezed Mike's hand in her own and turned, pulling her through the hallway and away from her bedchamber, away from her prison cell, away from her life with Magdalena. Mike called after Henny, bidding her to stop, but Henny did not listen. She continued instead to run, her soul slapping against the stones. Mike tried to twist her arm free from her friends, but she hadn't the power for it. Magdalena had taken too much of her blood that night, and it left her weak, anemic, as had the kiss, then the caresses which had followed afterwards. Mike had always been thinner than Henny, her coloring more delicate, but in that moment Henny's strength seemed indomitable. This must have been the measure, Mike supposed, of how greatly Henny cared for her. But oh, while Mike was glad to see Henny, she did not wish to leave Magdalena's side, not like this. If she was to leave, Eva, she at least wanted to speak to her once more, to tell her what had happened. Hey yo, this song kinda slaps. Mike tried to dig her feet against the cold floor, but it was to little avail. Henny responded by only asserting more pressure upon her hand. She was gripping Mike's fingers hard enough to hurt, hard enough for Mike feared she might leave bruises. You need to keep going, we're almost there, just a little further. Henny tried to console Mike, but her comforting voice fell upon deaf ears. Mike's attention had been taken, not by Henny's rescue attempt, nor her own concern for Magdalena, but by a door thrown ajar a few paces away. Mike had not been inside any rooms in Magdalena's home save her own, so she could not help but cast a curious glance at its interior. The room was dark, the curtains drawn, yet Mike could make out several shadowy shapes within it. There was an armoire, and then I don't know what those words are. An impressive oaken-hewn bed, not so very different from the one in Mike's room. There was one factor, however, which differentiated the room in which Mike had stayed from this one, and that was the chains looped around the headboard. You're not helping, Storm, but cool, thank you. These chains, which glinted in the dappled moonlight, and ended in manacles, which were still sealed tight about the limbs of a creature which no longer stirred. The creature which laid upon the bed had 2 slender arms and 2 slender legs, and it Escritor? I don't know what that is, though. That doesn't give me any explanations. And it wore upon its body a gown which might have once have been fine, but was now hopelessly tattered. Its legs were bare, and it wore no shoes, its hair long and dark, which was matted about its face. Its eyes closed as if in slumber. Mika could tell it was a small creature, even lying down, a good head shorter than herself, and far skinnier. Why, Mika realized with a gasp, the creature was not a creature at all, it was a girl. A very young girl at that. She could not have been much more than 4 or 5 years of age. She was a veritable infant, an innocent child. She was dead. Someone had driven a decorative blade into her chest so deep its pointed tip threatened to pin her to the mattress upon which she lay. A single rivulet of red ran down from the girl's mouth, staining her alabaster skin, and her arms and legs were bent at awkward angles, as if they had been hopelessly broken. Mike! Henny turned to look at her friend, fearful of what she had spied, and upon seeing her harried expression, winced. Please, don't look at it. It will only upset you. God knows it upset me enough, seeing Haida Marie do that, but it had to be done. She wasn't human, Mike. Was that Magdalena's mistress? It was a child this whole time? Mike could see that well enough with how horribly pale the girl was, but still, she grieved for her. She couldn't overlook how very young the girl was, nor how fragile she looked. It's basically a writing. Okay. It seemed a gross cruelty to treat a child so. Who could have killed her so callously? Mike's stomach churned. She heaved. Then, with a bitter, acrid tears beating in her eyes, Mike turned her head and vomited all over the stone floor. Oh. Mike felt woozy after ejecting the contents of her stomach upon the floor, yet hadn't the time to properly regain her bearings. But while sympathetic, Henny was anxious to keep moving, and after consoling Mike, soon took her hold of her hand again. Sorry, Mike, but we really have to run. We can't stay here, not any longer. I need you to get you to safety. Mike would have argued if she could, but she felt perfectly safe with Magdalena, yet could not. There was a sharp, sour taste at the back of her throat, which prohibited all words. And in any event, she knew the words she wanted to speak were untruths. She was not safe with Magdalena. How could she be, when the other woman had caused her so many wounds? Stop it! You love her, and shut up! You love her, and you know it. Shut up! If she continued to stay with Magdalena, it seemed inevitable that she would die. Henny knew this too, and had traveled all this way to rescue her, yet though Mike appreciated it, an ungrateful part of her wished she had not bothered. Mike had always made peace with the thought of dying. She had made peace with it long ago, before Magdalena had taken her a prisoner even. She had always been a captive in some form or another, unable to say what was on her mind or do what she truly wanted. Living with her parents had been no true life. It had been a hollow, empty existence, which had parried living, yet had been too full of waiting, all without consequence, for it to mean anything. Mike had never truly lived at all, not in all her 25 years. This had only changed after meeting Magdalena. Magdalena meant to kill her, but at least her company had lent Mike's pitiful existence some sense of purpose. Mike didn't want to leave her. She couldn't leave her. But Mike knew not how to communicate this to Henny. She did not think Henny would understand, regardless of how close they were. How could she? Henny had witnessed Mike's loneliness for herself with her own eyes over the course of many years, but she knew not just how it had hurt Mike, wearing her down until death began to seem preferable to the purgatory she found herself in. She had no idea. She thought she was saving Mike, but in actual fact, she was only wrenching her away from all it was she cared for. What would she do, Mike wondered, if Henny he really was able to liberate her from Magdalena's abode? Where would she go? To Augsburg, she supposed, to marry Walter Gerhardt, as her parents planned. But that was too horrible a fate to contemplate. Mike would had rather have died. She would rather have died with Magdalena. Come on, Mike, just a bit further. Henny led Mike into the entrance hall of Magdalena's home. It was a vast, empty shell of the room, which might have once been grand, but was now choked with dust. Mike took in, though vaguely, the chandelier suspended from the ceiling, festooned with spider webs, and the old piano in the corner, the lid closed, the keys untouched. The air was stagnant, and it stunk of decay. The entrance hall was dark, too, illuminated only by a few weak, wavering bands of moonlight which spilled in through the windows. The moonlight was bright enough, however, that Mike could see the hall was not deserted. She could see figures, one hanging back, obscured by shadow, while the other two faced off against each other. One of these figures was Magdalena. She was glowering, her lips pulled back into a snarl which revealed her teeth like sharp knives. Their figure, meanwhile, was unfamiliar to Mike. Her stature was diminutive. Her heart-shaped face is dwarfed by her swaths of fair hair. This girl, seems so slight. Mike wouldn't have put her age as anything past 8 or 9. She was so slender, there was something fairy-like about her. The girl looked innocent, but a glance made it apparent that she was no ordinary child. Her skin was white as milk, and her eyes were liquid gold. She must have been like Magdalena, and like the girl, Mike had thought with a shudder, shackled to the bed, impaled through the heart. Hello, I returned. I forgot to take a photo. No! That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Carol, I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous. I don't like what's happening. I don't like it all what's happening. You missed a lot. I'm still stressed out right now about this story. The story's stressing me out. The story's stressing me out. Ugh. Henny's probably gonna die, not gonna lie. I don't want anybody to die! I mean, somebody already did! The other vampire, I'm assuming that was Magdalena's mistress, already died. She was already stabbed. She must have been like Magdalena, and like the girl, Mike thought with a shudder, shackled to the bed, impaled through the heart. She was a vampire. Come on, Mike, let's try and get around them and while they're busy. We've got a bit of a way to go, but I think we'll be able to make it. I don't think they've noticed us. Henny led Mike down the stairs. She followed barefooted, dazed by all which had occurred. True to Henny's words, Magdalena seemed not to notice her. She was too busy glowering at the young vampire girl, a truly awful expression upon her face. Or if you want to be extra French, drop the last R. Escrito? 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 Escrita. Escrita. I don't know. Goodness me, is this how you treat all of your guests? You aren't the most hospitable, are you? thought you would have been at least been glad of the company, living in a lonely pile like this for so very long, but I suppose not. Please don't tell me you're one of those curious people who enjoys being alone. If that were the case, I doubt you would be such an ardent practitioner of kidnapping. Shut up! Don't you take that tone with me, you monster! Don't you dare! Oh? The girl raised her eyebrow. A monster, am I? Yes, you are! You're an unpardonable monster! Don't act so high and mighty when you know what you did! You killed my mistress, you coward! You killed her in cold blood while she was chained up, unable to act, and she was only a child! Ah, yes, I suppose I did do that, didn't I? You suppose? Indeed, I did. I mean, I must apologize for that. I fear I must have made quite the poor first impression. Perhaps I ought to have sought your company out first, rather than heading straight into the little mistress in her chamber. But I thought it was common courtesy, you see, to talk to the lady of the house before her servants. You might have had years to perfect your deception, but I can tell at a glance you're not a proper lady. You're just a common scullery maid. It's very amusing that you thought you could have acted above your station like that. It's so funny that I might laugh. But I suppose that would be rude too. Goodness me, I really can't do anything right. Ida Marie. A third figure, this one a tall, slender man who had been half hidden in the shadows, stepped forwards to caution the young girl. Don't make such a scene. Murdering a child is nothing to gloat about, not when she was incapable of fighting back. Now, let us stop this silliness and focus on the task at hand. We still have one more vampire to dispose of before we can consider our job done. Oh? The vampire girl, Haida Marie Mike, I supposed her name was, inclined her head in this tall man's direction, then pouted. That isn't any fun, Johan. You should know how much I love talking. It's rare that I get a chance to interact with one of my own. I'm aware, but you shouldn't let yourself get distracted, not while we still have a job to do. You need to focus. Ugh, what a pain. You never let me have any fun. Fun? Magdalena stared Haida Marie down. Her red eyes is little more than pinpricks in the whites of her eyes. You would kill my young mistress and you would call it fun? You truly no heart? You're reprehensible. Perhaps I am, but you've no right to chastise me yourself, vampire. How many innocents have you murdered yourself over the years to satiate your own bloodlust? This house has quite the macabre of history. You can pretend otherwise. You've been doing that for decades, but you can't hide the truth from me. I can smell the blood in the air and all of the death. Now, I think it high time that I put an end to your wicked ways. It shouldn't be that hard. Haida Marie's golden eyes flickered languidly over Magdalena. You aren't at all in your peak physical condition. I can see it in that pinched pain look in your face, and in the way that you slouch your shoulders. That little mistress of yours, who you kept chained up like a rabid dog, hasn't been treating you very well, has she? That is none of your business! You've been sustaining her over the years with fresh victims. Don't think I don't know what's been going on, but she hasn't been at all appreciative of your efforts. Imagine she gets violent when she gets hungry. I wouldn't be all that surprised if she bites. Be quiet! That's the problem, of course, when our kind are turned too young. These poor, pathetic fledgling vampires tend to lose all their rationality. Might be getting sick. No! Oh no! No, no sick. No sick. Bad sick. No. Just say no, just don't. I don't think it works like that, Storm, unfortunately. Being an inconsistent frog until they become well. No. No. It can't absolutely work that way. I don't think so. I wish. I don't think so. One chronically ill bitch into the other. That's not how this works, and you know it. They can't handle the strain of immortality, and their mental faculties abandon them. They lose their sense of self, and they become nothing more than monsters. They can't be reasoned with. They can scarcely even think. They exist solely to satisfy their own hunger. Why did I get my hair stolen? What did I do? What did I do? Funny. Okay. Okay. But we vampires are greedy, selfish creatures, and we are never satisfied for long. It's impossible to keep young vampires like that from lashing out, no matter how hard you might try. That girl was obviously a lost cause. I have no idea why you thought it was a good idea to keep her alive for so long. I was doing her a favor when I killed her. She was an aberration. Aberration. Aberration? Aberration. I said, be quiet! Might not be in my best condition right now, but I'm more than a match for a coward like you who murders small children for sport. Won't let you escape unpunished, not after what you did to my mistress. Now that is funny. Awfully hypocritical of you to want to fight me when I was turned before my 11th year. In human terms, I'm still a young girl myself. But please don't get any funny ideas into that empty head of yours. I'm not so weak as that creature you called your mistress. Never did lose my sense of self, though I've been alive for centuries. I'm one of the oldest vampires in Europe, and I'm certainly the most powerful. Do you really think you can best me? If so, I admire your optimism, but it's very much misplaced. It would be easier if you simply submitted to me. But never mind. I'm more than willing to teach you a lesson. Mike had been watching this exchange halfway up the grand staircase, frozen in horror, but now Henny seemed, at long last, to have had enough. Mike, come on! Henny tugged at Mike's hand again, trying to chivvy her along. We need to move. Chivvy? Chivvy. Probably chivvy. I don't know. Doesn't matter. I'm stressed out. I'm gonna keep going. Mike knew Henny was right, that she could not tear her eyes away from it on Magdalena. Haida Marie was fast approaching Magdalena, supremely self-confident despite her short stature. Chivvy? C-H-I-V-V-Y. Chivvy? Chivvy or Chivvy? The vampire girl might have looked like a child, but Mike knew she was anything but. Her smile was genial enough, but her gold eyes were cold and contained within them no mercy. See, this is why I type it out. It was she who had killed the child chained upstairs. She had driven a stake through her heart, and and had listened perhaps to her dying cries. She was an every-inch killer, just as Magdalena was. No! Now she meant to put an end to Magdalena too, and Mike feared she might be successful in this endeavor. How could Mike run away with Henny and let that happen? She could not. She had to protect Magdalena. Sorry, Hen, but Mike, with a burst of newfound strength, wrenched her arm free from Henny's grasp, then dashed forth. I need to help Lena. What? But Mike! Henny called after her friend, her right arm extended. Why would you do that? She kidnapped you. You don't owe her anything. You don't know what happened between them, Henny. Shut up. She might have kidnapped me, but that doesn't mean I don't care about her. She's a good person. Really, I don't want her to be hurt, much less killed. Now, wait. Oh, please, wait. Mike's feet slapped against the ground as she ran, her white nightgown billowing about her legs. Coming between Magdalena and Haida Marie, she spread out her arms, in a hopeful yet ultimately futile gesture of one who meant to stop the whistling of the wind or the lashing of the rain. Don't do this, please. Don't hurt. No! No! What? No! Saw that coming a mile away. I kind of did too, and no! What do you mean? Surely she like becomes a vampire, right? Surely Magdalena saves her somehow. Surely they're not gonna let her like fully die, right? 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 Wasted is lower priority than Henny dying, though. But despite Mike's good intentions, she was unable to finish her entreaty. Haida Marie had been moving too quickly, far more quickly than any human eye could hope to follow, and though spying Mike, she had not been able to slow in time. The young vampire was soon upon Mike, her right hand extended. Her nails, which were filed into dangerously sharp points, pressed against Mike's back and pierced straight through her chest. Haida Marie's right hand penetrated Mike's ribcage as if her flesh were ephemeral, made of nothing sturdier than spider webs. Though Mike cried out, it only took a few moments for the pain to fully hit her. Her eyes were wider than goose eggs as she looked down, staring at the arm which penetrated her shuddering body. Vicious red liquid was beginning to ooze down Haida Marie's white wrist. It was so vivid that in the gloom of Magdalena's cavernous. I can speak words. Viscous. Words are hard. I'm doing my best. I can't read. Cavernous entrance its hall. Then it looked unreal, like something from a dream. Take it slow. Oh yeah, yes, sorry. I drank all my water. I drank all my water, though. I stretch, though. I can stretch. No, you're gonna make me take a break right now? No! Mikei's blood was brighter than rubies and thicker than strawberry jam. Mikei's body twitched about Hidamari's hand. She felt herself turning numb by increments, first her legs, then her chest, then her shoulders, then her arms, until she could no longer feel the tips of her fingers. How are you gonna break right now? I'm literally putting off eating to see what happens. No, exactly! I will get the hydrate, and I sat up and I stretched, but I'll get water. I'll get water after this. I need to know what happens. I am not gonna stop right now. Mikei looked at her own blood as it dripped onto the threadbare carpet and moaned. Her blood looked oddly beautiful in an obscene, profane sort of way. But Mikei didn't have the time to contemplate how brightly her blood shone, nor how otherworldly it seemed. The agony of being rent in two soon overcame her. Oh, Mikei! Oh god, Mikei! Mikei! With a twin series of cries from the two women whom Mikei cared about the most, her body tottered. She teetered. What words to use right now? All strength she had once possessed fled her, as if that too had been a dream. Oh my god. 25 streak in the middle of a death scene. For real! Mikei drew away from Hidamari with one jerking footstep, thus freeing herself from the young vampire's grasping right hand. Her chest wound, no longer stoppered by Hidamari, seemed to expand when she shuffled away. It gaped open like the maw of a hungry beast, and more of Mikei's lifeblood spilled onto the stone staircase. Mikei pressed one white, trembling hand to her wound, and was surprised when her fingers came away stained. She could smell the blood in the air, her blood. It was dizzying, overpowering stench which plugged up her nostrils. Mikei swayed. Then with a hiss of pain, she fell. Mikei's body hit the ground like that of a lifeless, senseless doll. You're my awkward time. You're fine, Stone! We have to hope that her vampire girlfriend saves her. You know what they say, Doomed Yuri is the best Yuri, but can this one not be? Can this one not be? Can this one not be? I want them to be happy, please! And her vision went black. Mikei, oh god, oh god! And he watched with wide, anxious eyes as Mikei collapsed onto the ground, pressing one hand to her aching chest. The maid cried out as if to rouse her mistress, though to little avail. Mikei, please, wake up! Oh god, this can't be happening. Henny dashed to Mikei's side and knelt before her, Mikei's head cradled upon her lap. Henny took care not to jostle Mikei as she embraced her, for fear of hurting her. But at a resultant gasp of pain from Mikei's lips would have been preferable to the silence that Henny was greeted with. Mikei didn't open her eyes, though Henny threaded her fingers through her disheveled hair. She was still breathing, though barely, but this offered Henny little in the way of solace. Mikei's face was so pale she might have been a corpse. The wound Hidamari had inflicted upon her, meanwhile, was gaping. It continued to ooze blood like a particularly macabre fountain, and as Henny watched. Like girls be happy. I know! I know! I know! Henny did not touch Mikei's wound. She worried she would only make it worse. But it was bleeding so profusely, she soon found herself sullied. The rich, overwhelming stench of blood clung to Henny, but she didn't pull away from her mistress. To leave Mike lying upon the floor with nothing to cushion her head seemed callous beyond all measure. Henny was now certain that there was nothing she could do to save her dear friend. Mike had lost too much blood, and her poor face was so very pale. Mike, oh Mike. I didn't come here to hurt you. This isn't what I wanted. I wanted to rescue you. I thought I could help, so why? More tears fell from Henny's lashes. They rolled down her cheeks and dripped upon Mike's body, mingling with the bright red blood which stained the front of her gown. Why did things work out this way? How did I make such a mess out of everything? For once, Patoka couldn't do it. Let me have this. Why am I so useless? The queries forced their way from Henny's throat into a low, pained moan, almost like that of an animal. Her tears were so intense that her body seemed ready to collapse in on itself. Henny knew her crying would not help, but she couldn't stop herself. There seemed to be nothing to do but cry, with Mike in so sorry a state. Why, her body seemed to be growing colder with every passing second. Mike's blood, however, was very warm, and still she continued to spill it. Oh God. Magdalena, for her part, was immobile in a manner which almost echoed Mike's. Her eyes were so wide they seemed all white. Her body quivered, her fingers curling into fists at her sides, as she murmured, "This can't be happening. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it." Oh, Mike. Now this is an intriguing development. Ida Marie surveyed Magdalena's arcly. Hey, OBO tissues, I'm too I don't, but it's fine. It's fine. Henry surveyed Magdalena archly, one hand resting upon her hip. Her right hand was still daubed up to the wrist in Mike's blood, which had now begun to congeal. He still curtains on Mike. The funeral was gorgeous. I hate the one who killed her. Burn. Yeah, it's this tiny child vampire. She's like 10. She was like 10 when she was turned. She said it herself. Though Hyder Marie had been the one to deal Mike that fatal blow, she didn't seem to particularly moved by Mike's grisly fate. Lips pursed, she said in a voice cold enough it made Magdalena shudder. I didn't think that you'd be so upset by Mike's injury, vampire. Did you not intend to drain her like this yourself? I only sped the process along, though what occurred was rather unfortunate. I meant to help her, not to harm her. I don't care what you meant! Whether you meant to help her or not, it was irrelevant now. Look what you've done! How could you? How could I? Marie raised an eyebrow. You forget, vampire. You are the one who kidnapped her. I would have never been summoned here if it were not for your actions. You are the one who is to be blamed for this mess. Why, I didn't even mean to hurt her. I was trying to go after you, but she got in the way. I have no idea why she wanted to protect you. She must have some very strange ideas about our kind. Doesn't she know that we vampires are stronger than any humans could ever hope to be? Especially weak, willowy-limbed women such as herself? This girl sucks. Right! 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 The only benefit to Hydebury being here is that her handler is a cute goth priest. Like, her only benefit of existing is that Johan is always with her. She's right. I know she's right, but I don't want to tell her she's right. I don't like her enough to agree that she's right. She is right, but like, shut up! I'm waiting for her handler to stick his hand through her chest. Well, he's a human, so I don't think he can do that, but... If I hadn't adjusted the angle of my attack in time, I would have pierced her heart. Then she would not have been breathing at all. But of course Mike knows about vampires. We spent enough time together that he would know full well what my strength eclipsed hers, and yet... Magdalena grit her teeth together, overcome by the intensity of her own emotions. She knew that, but she still came between us. She must have meant to protect me. Mike has always been like that. She's thoughtful and to a fault. The point of self-sacrifice. Dolo, break the fuck up. These are 120. Why did she have to play at being heroine? She should have known that things would end up like this. Oh, Mike. Empty wallet meme. Here's Asian guy when you need him. No. No. Asian guy hasn't left for Japan yet, but Asian guy also has to not spend money right now because Asian guy has a vacation to Japan soon. Where's Nightmare? I don't know, Storm. You would know that more than anybody else here. You would know where Nightmare is more than anybody else. I don't know where Nightmare is. Nightmare's probably working. Arrgh. Summon the sneeze. Get a quick 2K loans. Don't know. Mike, you fool. Magdalena couldn't cry, but her shoulders shook regardless. Her face twisted anew, not with anger but with grief, as she pressed her hands to her face. You were right. I might have lashed out at you. But the fact remains that Mike wouldn't be in this situation if it wasn't for me. I'm the one who put her in danger. This is all my fault. I never wanted to harm her, but... Another dry sob wrenched its way from Magdalena's throat, one so intense she had to squeeze her eyes shut. The smell of blood hung in the air, dense and heavy. Magdalena could smell it when she inhaled, tasted upon her tongue. The blood was like that of a siren's song. It was sweetly intoxicating, but the knowledge it belonged to Mike made Magdalena's stomach turn. Will I ever make amends for what I've done? Oh, Mike. You sweet, idiotic, adorable fool. Little fool. You mean no, it's worth it going into debt? I don't agree with that. No. No. That's not necessary. There is no need for you to leap to my defense. I'm no hopeless damsel. Mike, please. Henny, who was kneeling on the ground, continued to shake Mike to little avail. Mike's breath was beginning to wear thin, even as Henny implored her to open her eyes, to take her hand, to live on despite the odds. Please don't leave me. Don't go. I couldn't bear it. Magdalena stiffened anew as Henny spoke. She sounded so desperate that it mirrored her own feelings well. She didn't want Mike to die either, but what was she to do? What's the point in living as long as I have, if knowing not how to help the people I care about the most? What in the world am I to do? Marie, who remained in arch, despite aid Henny and Magdalena's evident distress, only sniffed, not sniffled, sniffed. There's something you can do, you know, if you wish to save her as you claim. What? Magdalena drew her hands from her face, then raised her head to meet Marie's gaze. What are you referring to exactly? You know exactly. Must I know you... Magdalena, please. You know exactly what Marie means. I haven't been able to do English all this stream. This is normal for games I have to read a lot. Blech. Must I elaborate further? You must know already, vampire, given your nature. Do not tell me you have not considered the possibility of turning her. Does this mean when you play Zenless? I was stuttering and reading that at the other day, so like, that's no proof. You mean I ought to make her into one of us? I did not say that you ought to, only that you could. If you care about this human woman as much as you seem to, then you could still save her. You only need to bite her neck and drain some of her blood. That should be enough to change her. Her heart might stop beating, but she'll be alive, in a sense at least. Should be fast about it though. If that's what you desire, I don't think she has much time left. You cannot transform corpses, only the living. But I suppose you must know that already? Of course I do. You don't need to explain it as though I am a child. I've thought about turning her, of course. Believe me, I have. But you think I could go forward with such a great act of selfishness? Think it would be selfish to spare her life? Yes, I do. I would be sparing her from nothing if I turned her into a vampire. I would accomplish nothing save making her suffer. I don't want Mike to die, but I want even less to condemn her to eternal death, without the reprieve of resting, unless she were to will it. If these are my only two choices, then I would rather let Mike pass peacefully. But I would far rather see her live on as a human woman. I just want her to be happy. Henry, I see. So that's how it is, Henry replied, after a brief pause, one hand now resting beneath her chin. I had wondered about your precise relationship with the poor dying Fraulein, but it seems like it was more than that of a captor and captive. You might have kidnapped her for nefarious purposes, but it seems you really did grow to care for her. That you have no desire to turn her speaks volumes for your character. You aren't the sort of monster who would condemn others to a hollow, empty life of eternal undeath, such as those who sunk their fangs into us all those decades prior. Vampire though you are still capable of rational thought. Perhaps that's why the clumsy young Fraulein jumped to your defense as she did. She must have seen there was something within you worth saving. I can't hate you after hearing your response, and neither do I wish to harm you. I would rather this story end on a cheerful note too. This rarely happens in my line of work. So... Ida Marie clicked her fingers, then glanced sharply at Johann. Wait! Wait, what? Carol was right? Wait! What? No, Wait, he's actually a vampire and Kira was right. Hey. Yes, often. You look at him. Well, I don't know. He could just have that as a style. I don't know. But of course, I'm always ready and willing to serve. If I might be able to help Lady Mike, then I shall do so. Do all I can to ease her suffering. That is my duty as a humble servant of the Lord. It was with these words on his lips that Johann bent down and by Mike's side. Reaching down, he captured between his fingers one of Mike's limp, pale wrists and offered Henny a small smile. Please forgive me, Frau Henrique. I don't mean to disturb you, but I must if I am to aid her. I will try to be quick about it, though. She has lost an awful lot of blood. You can see that myself. Oh, what do you mean to do to her exactly? I mean only to aid her if I can. I have helped others before in similar circumstances almost as dire as this. I fear this may be a challenge, though. It may take some time and no small amount of concentration. Might I ask that you hush so I can carry out my work uninterrupted? Of course you may, if that will help my Mike. But I fail to see what can be done for her. You don't have training as a physician, do you? Please. Hyder scoffed. Johann's capabilities aren't half so prosaic. Prosaic. He has no need for a needle and thread to sew together his patients. Even unfortunates such as your Lady Mike. Johann has several unique capabilities which normal humans do not possess. So is he human? Is he vampire or is he human? I thought he was gonna bite her or something. I thought she was sticking him on her to turn her. Wait a minute. Somebody tell me. He's so very pure and goodly, you see. His hands exude a certain kind of energy. I suppose you might term it. Or else magic? He's probably enhanced, drinks her blood or something. See, I thought it was like the relationship that Haida Marie was drinking Johann's blood. Because when she was like, oh yeah, I need a week to wait for the full moon to recharge and have blood and whatnot. She was like, you know what that means, Johann? And like, he was like, yes. Kind of thing. So it sounded like he was the one. He draws blood ethically from other people for her. That doesn't make sense with what we know, though! I mean, I feel like it would make sense. And they were just, like, hiding it. But to also keep Johann's secret, I guess? I don't know. I'm just gonna keep reading. You know that I don't hold it with magic. It smacks of the devil. I would prefer to think of my abilities as a gift, or else a blessing bestowed upon me by God up on high. Yes, I know. Oh, goodness. You're so picky about these things, Johann. I don't think the semantics matter awfully myself. I've been alive too long to care for such petty things, but you humans are all so sensitive. I wasn't trying to insinuate that you have been touched by the devil. You're much of a do-gooder for that. Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment, I suppose. It wasn't meant as one. You're so very kind, you make my stomach turn. You would say that, loving chaos as you do, you would never pass up on a chance to make others uncomfortable. Dude, so a girl is bleeding out next to you. Can you guys stop arguing? Like, do this later. Please. And what of it? I believe I've earned that right after living for so many centuries. Life gets boring, you know, if one is always trying to be nice. I suppose that is something you wouldn't know, though, not having dwelt upon this earth for all that long. I'm glad of that, too. Living as long as you have would warp me into a ne'er-do-well such as yourself. You would call me a ne'er-do-well? How cutting! My poor heart bleeds. Your heart can't bleed. There's no blood left in it. Your body dried out a long time ago. Damn. But again, do this later, please. Now you meant to call me a husk. Haida Marie drew back in a display of faux offense, her arms folded. Well, I never. As Haida Marie and Johann bickered, Henny looked to Mike with a pale face, perturbed by her mistress's plight. She could see, even as she sat there, a strange celestial light beginning to gather about Johann's fingers. This light spread over Mike's body, imbuing it in an otherworldly glow, which made Henny gasp. Goodness. I don't fully understand what it is you're doing, but are you healing my mistress? Healing? Is such a thing truly possible? This is my God-given gift, yes. I have the ability to diminish aches and pains with nothing more than a touch of my hand, which is why I work with Haida Marie. It is my duty to keep an eye on her, and to aid any unwitting victims who may get caught up in the crossfires of battle. I'm back. What I missed? Well, I don't really know. I'm still not super sure what's happening right now. She is not given into restraint, as you might have noticed. Here Johann sighed. It is harder for me to heal wounds such as this, though, particularly when so much blood has been lost. I need to concentrate if I am to have any hope of succeeding. I started watching Tintin. Oh, yes, of course. Please forgive me. I've never seen anything like this before, so I was curious. But if this will help Mike, you can do whatever it is you want. Whatever? Haida Marie smiled thinly. I would be careful when issuing such words forth in the future, Fraulein. You give it of Johann rather too much leeway. Fortunately for you, he's kind enough not to take advantage, but you might not be so lucky when it comes to the machinations of others. Haida Marie snickered unpleasantly while Johann continued to work. He gripped Mike's wrist and bowed his head, his lips pursed together in prayer while he worked. Henny, meanwhile, could only watch, wide-eyed, still holding Mike's crumpled form. Goth guy's not a vampire. Yeah, it's just... I I don't believe he's entirely human either, though. Like, this seems so weird. He likes a big girl. I get him, Henny. It seemed impossible that Mike might be restored to her senses after having been so grievously injured. Why, it would take a real miracle to save her. That was what Henny thought, but weren't Johan's healing hands miraculous in and of themselves? Henny had never before heard of any humans who possessed such powers, and she felt rather overwhelmed by it all. She did not begrudge Johan for aiding her mistress, but it unnerved her all the same. Despite Johan's assertions that his abilities had been bestowed upon him by God, there was something unnatural about the light which emanated from him. Henny had half a mind to pull Mike away from him, and so too sever the connection established between her mistress and the grim-faced father. But this would result in disaster. Johan seemed to be the only person capable of aiding her. As such, Henny had little choice but to allow him to work, despite her own misgivings. Henny closed her eyes, cradling Mike's head upon her lap, and internally she prayed. Please, Henny prayed, with a fervor she had not felt for quite some time, not since escaping Lord and Lady Von Essen's carriage with Mike in tow. Let my Mike be safe. Please, let her open her eyes. Okay, but like healing a human from death is the most unnatural thing ever because death is natural. You can have a gift from God and it not look natural. I guess, but this just feels so weird to me. Because we had no indication that he can do this before this. Let her draw breath anew without having to struggle for it and lessen the burden in which weighs upon her body. Please, let her get better. And he prayed and she prayed and she prayed as the seconds elapsed, so entrenched in her own thoughts her surroundings slipped away. The stench of blood in the air no longer weighed upon her, and neither did the anxious beating of her own heart within her breast. She forgot about Magdalena, who stood as still as a statue, and of Heider Marie, who watched with idle curiosity of a bystander, and even about Johan, whose fingers still clasped Mike's wrist. I can talk. She only thought of Mike, her mistress and her friend both. She recalled the times they had spent together when they had been younger, and her ill-fated excursion to the Von Essen family crypt, which had incurred Lady Von Essen's ire. Wrist, obviously. I know how to say wrist. She recalled walks through the Von Essen family's estate, their arms looped together as if they were promenading ladies, and of sitting by the riverbank in the summer months, when the dragonflies were out and about. She recalled the games of Joker played in Mike's bedroom and the shy, whispered secrets Mike had shared with her late at night, when nobody else had been around. She recalled Mike's fears about marrying Walter Gerhardt, and how she had trembled when she had confided these feelings in Henny. Henny had been dismissive of Mike's worries back then. She had tried to cheer Mike up, to tell her that things would not be so bad once she had settled in, but now Henny feared that she had been callous. Had she upset Mike by failing to pay proper heed to her concerns? Henny wished that she could apologize for any hurt she might have caused. She wished she could have told Mike how much she meant to her. She wished... Oh, there was so much she wished for, and so much she wished to say. But for what she wished for most of all was that Mike would recover. Henny clung to this hope as though it were a talisman, her eyes tightly shut. Her desperate desire burned within her, brighter than any star, intense enough to be all-encompassing. She prayed and she prayed and she prayed, and eventually... Henny? Henny heard her name being called in a sweet, soft cadence, and she recognized only too well. The voice was weak, void of any real energy, but still, it was as enough to soothe Henny of all her anxious thoughts. Henny's eyes snapped open fitfully. She stared down at the woman who laid upon her lap. Mike, oh my Mike! Mike's own eyes were still closed, but her lips wore a small smile, one which was marred only slightly with pain. Her nightgown was still spattered with blood, but Henny could see that her wound had healed, her skin visible through her torn nightgown, unblemished. Johann had succeeded after all, despite his earlier cautions. He had healed her. I don't know if I like this ending, honestly. Like, I'm glad she's fine, but that's so random. Okay, whatever. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. They can be together. They're fine. They can be happy together. That's cool. Yay. Mike was safe. Oh, thank goodness. I'm so relieved. Mike, my Mike. Henny. Mike squeezed Henny's hand with her own, as though to reassure her. And it was this gesture, so selflessly sweet and so very Mike, which tipped Henny over the edge. She slumped forwards, her shoulders shaking. Then she began to cry. Magdalena, too, was surveying the scene which unfolded before her with wide eyes. Waiting for the twist, now that you have been healed from a vampire's wound, if you touch a vampire, you kill them, and starts Mike's vampire hunting life. No! That would be worse. That would be a worse version of a doomed Yuri. That would be worse. Because what do you mean? They're both alive, but if one touches the other, then they die. No! Why would you even say that, Storm? No! I dotted at the Josh J there. But why would you even say that? Why? Because it would be funny. I would be screaming. Pressing one hand to her mouth, she exclaimed softly. Mike, oh Mike, I can hardly believe it. I was so worried about you. You had died, oh. Shudder ran through Magdalena's body as, overcome, she sunk to the floor. I don't know if I could have endured it. I have no idea what I would do without you. I'm so sorry you suffered so much. Sorry. Magdalena pressed both her hands to her face anew, though she had no tears to hide, and began to sob soundlessly, her shoulders trembling as if she was as a polar explorer caught in a frigid blizzard. Ida Marie, for her part, watched on, her eyes folded. Her arms... Eyes. That's not... No. Her arms folded. Her right hand was still dark with Mike's blood, yet she paid it little heed. Observing Magdalena's sobs, she said softly, "It would appear that this vampire isn't half as dangerous as I first thought. The little vampire I incapacitated upstairs was much more threatening than she is. Now that she has been taken care of, the older one should have no need to continue procuring victims to satiate her bloodlust. I wonder, Ida Marie, Johann rose on unsteady legs, wearied after his efforts to revitalize Mike, then approached his charge. Are you having second thoughts? Ida Marie nodded. Tell me, Johann, would you think me awfully weak-willed if I chose just this once to spare our quarry's life? It would be surprisingly sentimental coming from you, but it's rare in our line of work that we are able to usher in endings as happy as this. Lady Magdalena seems to have no further desire to harm you. As such, you have no reason to engage her in further combat. In circumstances as unique as these, I do not think there is any reason for you to execute her. Sappy-ass endings are nice. Yeah. Can I get one more Magdalena and Mika kiss before we fade out to credits, maybe? I hope. Please? That is precisely what I was thinking. She's not doing anything wrong as far as I can gather, other than existing. Wanna know what else would be nice? What? Okay. It's sus, Duckbolt! Hey, Yume, what? What? Yes? What? Where's your head? Where's your head at, Yume? Storm, please! Please! I don't know where my head is at. That's a Sibaka Spooter. Continue. She's not doing anything wrong as far as I can gather, other than existing. Yet I know better than anybody that we vampires do not ask to be made as we are. We have little choice in the matter. I believe this poor, conflicted creature is a victim, not a monster, and ought to be treated accordingly. I am not completely devoid of feelings, and I do know how to sympathize with the plights of others. I cannot help but feel sorry for this poor Fraulein. Haida Marie clicked her tongue, considering, then smiled. Very well then, I shall spare you. Let us report to our superiors in the church that we slew the monster in this abode, and she will no longer be an issue. We didn't tell them about Fraulein Magdalena here. She is no monster. I doubt the church will come all the way out here to corroborate our tale. Not unless the Fraulein here gets peckish and starts picking off a few more travelers. If you can keep your consumption of human flesh to a minimum, then nobody need to know you are here at all. You can continue to live if indeed your continued existence can be termed as such, and everybody will be happy. Isn't that nice of me? What? Magdalena stared at Haida Marie, shaking it like a newborn deer. Will you truly let me go? Indeed, I shall. I'm tired of spilling blood, and looks like you haven't had much to drink for a while regardless. In your current state, you wouldn't be much fun to play with. I doubt you have more than a few droplets of blood of your own to spill anyway. You were sent here to kill me. I think I almost deserve it when I think about everything I've done. I've killed dozens, no hundreds of people. Only hundreds? Haida Marie scoffed. Don't make me laugh. I've killed far, far more. Don't forget, I've been alive longer than you, and have feasted far more solely to satisfy my own greed. I'm the more immoral than the two of us, yet I continue to live. Who's to say you shouldn't? I am in no position to judge you. I'm waiting for Aerith's mom to come home so we can make cookies together. She's so late. I wanna bake cookies. The cookies! The cookies! Now that's funny. Magdalena laughed dryly, without humor. Isn't it your job to judge godless beings such as myself, executor of the church? Yeah, we making brownies too, and maybe she has the recipe. Oh. Cookies and brownies? Separately or wait, together? Separately or together? This is an important question. I'm assuming separately. Before Thanksgiving, my mom had made cookies with brownie and cheesecake. Like, she used a muffin pan, put the cookie in the muffin pan, then put brownie mix, and then a scoop of, like, no-bake cheesecake, and then baked it like that. Oh, those were amazing. And if you do that with Oreo, it's what you call... You, like, sandwich an Oreo between the cookie and brownie. That's just a slutty brownie, and those are amazing if you never had those. Slutty brownies are the best thing ever. Delish. You can only have one of them because they're, like, extremely sugary, but yes. Slutty brown. Yeah, that's what they're called. I'm so serious. It's a cookie with Oreo with it's brownie. Slutty brownies. I've only ever made them once, but I want to make them again. They're so good. They're so good. They're so good. I shared a link of them before, or yeah, Storm has, yeah. I was like, that's a name choice. Yeah, I don't personally know why they're called that, but all I know is that they're delicious. Sluts. Sorry, slutty brownie. I did not, but okay. I didn't think I phrased it like that, but sure, whatever you remember, Storm. On paper, I suppose, but I don't think of myself as being all that important. I've never been to one to care about right or wrong. I only do what amuses me. Fighting you as you are wouldn't be fun at all, not when I know how pathetic you are. It would feel too much like kicking a poor defenseless puppy. Pathetic, am I? You are, yes, but don't look so put out by that. Most vampires are pathetic in comparison to me. Ida Marie tittered, and spoke anew in a voice which was a touch more serious. It was rather naughty of you to harm so many innocents, but I presume you did so only to feed that child you were saddled with. You didn't partake in any of the spilled blood yourself, did you? No, I couldn't. Seeing Christelle feed turned my stomach. I knew I had no desire to end up like her, a slave to my desires. I thirsted for blood too, like all vampires do, but I've never once drank the blood of a human. I feed only on the blood of wild animals. All those people I killed, the bandits and the brigands and the vagrants, were offered up to Christelle. I had to hunt for her. I had no choice. Without me, she would have died. I understand that, but I think killing her might have been for the best. Surely you knew she was a lost cause? I Yes, I believe you did realize it. You must have, serving her for as long as you did. Keeping her alive was an act of cruelty when she had no sensible thoughts left in her head and no purpose for living, save satisfying her own perverse hunger. But it is no matter. I believe you suffered enough, and I know that your heart was in the right place. I won't condemn you for your actions. I have no place to. Your enduring loyalty to your mistress, though misguided, is somewhat touching. It is almost enough to bring a tear to my eye. Or at least it would be. Could I cry? Now. Ida Marie looked to Johann, a small smile playing about her lips. I believe our work here is done. We have defeated the vicious vampire, and peace has similarly been restored. I no desire to wait it out while the heroines of the story make amends, so shall we depart? I would hate to get in the way of their joyous reunion. And you are in dire need of rest yourself, Johann. You look half dead upon your feet. I cannot argue with that. I feel awfully weak. I'm unsure whether I can make the journey back to Augsburg unassisted. It's fortunate for you, then, that you have me to help you. You may lean on my shoulder if you wish, and I can guide you. Is that not kind of me? Oh, yes, very much so. Your thoughtfulness knows no bounds. That's what I thought. Ida Marie snickered. The pair of us shall soon be departing. Do you wish to come with us, Fräulein? The question she addressed to Henny, who knelt on the floor by Mike's side still. Or would you rather stay here to tend to your mistress? I believe she will be in safe hands with Magdalena, but I've no doubt you're also worried about her welfare. Oh, yes, I must thank you both for leading me to Mike, and you, Johann, for helping her, but I can't come back with you. Mike needs me to stay with her, and she's in no fit state to travel. I'll stay here with her for now, for as long as she needs me, unless... And he looked at Magdalena, abashed. You would have a problem with that? I forget, this is your home. You overstep your mark, young maid. You have forgotten your courtesy and in your concern. But I suppose I can't begrudge you for that. I know how it feels to worry for my own mistress, and Mike is far sweeter than Christiel ever was. I will let you stay here, only if you wish to tend to Mike while she rests. As a fellow human, you will be better served to care for her than I am. My attempts, I fear, would be quite clumsy. I have no say in whether you stay or leave. This is not truly my home, nor has it ever been. I am no lady. I was only ever pretending. Thank you, Magdalena. Thank you very much. I promise I'll do everything I can to help Mike. I won't let her condition worsen, not under my watchful eye. I'm quite certain that you will. You needn't assure me. The relationship shared between you two is very special indeed. While I was nothing more than Christiel's maid, I can see that you are truly Mike's friend. Why, it is enough to make me feel almost jealous. I fear I could never compete with that. That's alright. I don't think we need to compete. We both care about her after all, and like they say, 2 heads are better than 1. I think Mike will recover much better if we're both here for her. What do you say? I think after everything has happened, I'm very tired. Do you mind escorting me to my room? I think I need to lie down. Oh, of course. Let me help you to your feet, Mike. You come too, Magdalena. Help me lift her. You're a lot stronger than me, so this should be easy for you. Now, that is funny. What is? I thought you would balk at the prospect of me touching your precious Mike. In the past, perhaps I would have, but you've proven how much you care for her. You wouldn't have cried for her sake otherwise. Now come, let's not beat around the bush. Mike needs us. Yes, dear Lena, please come and help me. Hen can't support me on her own. I fear I'm hopelessly heavy. Don't keep your distance, please. That would break my heart. Magdalena looked between Mike and Henny, one hand clasped to her chest. She inhaled, her lips pursed, and said with a sigh, Oh, Miki, I'm so glad to hear you say that. Magdalena stepped forth, and with Henny's aid, not that it was necessary, she was able to raise Mike to her feet. Both women shifted her gently as not to harm her, each taking one of Mike's pale arms about their shoulders. While all this occurred, Haida Marie smiled, then turned upon her heel. Let us be on our way. There is nothing which can be gained by us continuing to stand here. I know not about you, but I have no desire to stand around gulping. Right, I'm coming, Haida Marie, but don't walk too quickly. Please spare a thought for me. Haida Marie crossed the airy entrance hall, then pushed open the imposing double doors with but a brush of her tiny, seemingly insubstantial palms. The doors opened with a low creak, like that of an injured animal, and the chill night air rushed forth to greet her. She paused for a few moments upon the threshold of the door, to look back at Mike, who was being held aloft by Henny and Magdalena. Despite their differences, Haida Marie thought that the three women looked awfully close, just like sisters. This thought brought a smile upon the young vampire's lips, not even in the lowing wind could disturb. She did not wait, however, to watch as the unlikely trio proceeded up the extravagant staircase. She turned anew, satisfied that she had performed her job, then stepped out into the night. Johann followed along behind her, limping, and shut the door behind him. The door creaked once more, then slammed shut with a tremendous thud. This thud echoed throughout the cavernous hall of Magdalena's home, once deserted, but now full of life. Christiel's corpse still lay in her bedchamber, turning cold, but Magdalena's thoughts were with Mike as she held her, and Henny as she helped her. The night had been one of horrors, but Mike was still alive, as too was as Magdalena's hope in the future. Maybe God had not forsaken her after all. Finally, the clouds in her heart had parted, and now she was free. Working together, both Henny and Magdalena were able to escort Mike up the stairs, then across the hallway to her bedroom. Magdalena did not need Henny's help, but she appreciated the other woman's presence, if only because it let her know that Henny had accepted her. She seemed to have recognized in the wake of Magdalena's breakdown that Magdalena had grown to care for Mike. Magdalena might have been in the instrument which had brought about Mike's suffering, but she had not done so willingly. Henny seemed to understand that, and by extending an olive branch, seemed prepared to offer her forgiveness. It no longer seemed to matter much what Magdalena had done to Mike, not when Mike was still alive. Hi, Asian guy. How you doing? What are these slutty brownies for talking shop? Oh, I still need to... Where's slutty brownies? Ay, amugas, yes, amugas. Amugas. I don't have water. Kiro, also did a redeem for that, and I was... It's okay, I did clip. Of course you clipped it. Of course you clipped it. Yeah. Double it and give it to the next. Okay, okay. Hold on, I will get more water. Gosh. Gosh. Hi, I have water now. I have water now. I have to wait for my lychee mix to uh, mix in. And then I will drink 2 hydrates worth. I'm gonna bake now. Yay! Cookies and brownies. Yay! Okay, we continue. Let's finish the story. I think we're almost done. No longer seemed to matter what Magdalena had done to Mike, not when Mike was still alive. Henny and Magdalena both lay Mike upon her bed, and there she lay, her front dark with dried blood. Henny wetted a cloth in the basin by Mike's bedside, then wiped said blood away. As she did, Magdalena soothed Mike, reassuring her in a gentle tones that it would all be well. I won't let anything hurt you, not again. I have no further need of your blood, my mistress, she... Here, Magdalena's voice caught in her throat, and she had to look away. She is no more. No amount of blood could save her now. She's gone, but I am still here, as you and... Oh, BK, I'm sorry I put you through so many hardships. I'm so sorry. Mike was half-conscious at this point, soothed by the cool flannel upon her bare skin and Magdalena's hand, so barely able to offer Magdalena more than a small smile. Gonna be fighting for our democracy. Have fun, and you may. Have a good lurk. Have fun in Helldivers. It's alright. I forgive you over all of it, Lena. You do? Of course I do. I know that you never meant for me to suffer. I might have hated you at the beginning, but really... Mike yawned, exhausted, and let her eyelashes fall shut. Softly she muttered in a voice which sounded like a sleepwalker's. You're a lot nicer than you give yourself credit for. So saying, Mike's unconsciousness slipped away once more, not owing to the pain this time, nor the loss of blood, but from simple exhaustion. Go, Helldiver! Fight for Super Earth! Live your last 26 seconds in glory! She dozed, her body lighter than the fog which unfurled its wispy tendrils about the forest floor, and as she did, she dreamed. In Mike's dreams, she saw herself with both Henny and Magdalena. The three of them were laughing and smiling in her mind's eye, as though they had always been close friends, nothing more than 3 ordinary women. In Mike's imagining, there was nothing to keep her and Magdalena apart. Henny gave her the pair of them her blessing, smiling gently, as Magdalena took her hand once more. Then upon her pursed lips, she pressed a soft, gentle kiss. While Mike lay in bed, tended to by both Magdalena and Henny, Johann found himself in a rather precarious state. The ashen-faced father was always pale, yet now he looked paler than ever, even whiter than the moonlight, as he dragged himself through the darkened woods, his raven-black hair melting into the surrounding shadows. Johann's face was white enough to be bloodless, his eyes half-lidded from an aggressive, intense pain which he had refused to abate. The mere act of walking made his breath catch in his throat. It was cold this deep in the woods, almost unbearably so, but Johann's brow was still all marred with the beads of sweat, his teeth clacking not from the cold but from pain. He wobbled as he walked, and Haida Marie had to support him, winding one slender arm around his waist to keep him upright. Easy there. Haida Marie spoke gently, more gently than one might have thought her capable of, given her nature, as Johann leant against her. It'll be all right. I'm still here. I have you. To any onlooker, the current scene would have certainly appeared unusual, if not downright ridiculous. Johann was a good deal taller than the diminutive Haida Marie. Yet he was leaning against her for support, was relying upon her to keep him upright as he tried to cut his way through the woods. Haida Marie seemed, at a glance, much too small and slight to aid Johann, and yet she did. She bore him with ease, her brow perfectly smooth, like a shell of an egg. Haida Marie had emerged from her spat with Magdalena and her mistress wholly unscathed. She had not needed to exert herself while accomplishing her grisly tasks, not when her victim had been in chains. Haida Marie had been able to pierce Christiel's heart with ease. The young vampire girl had not been able to offer up any fight. She had simply cried instead as Haida Marie had dispatched her. Haida Marie had hoped that Magdalena might give her more of a fight, but this hope too had been scuppered. Mike had come between the two of them and had cut Haida Marie's fun short. She really was a funny woman, that Mike, so impulsive despite being a well-bred young lady. Maybe it was because of her red hair. Haida Marie had heard redheads tended to be tempestuous, that it was simply part of their nature. Perhaps it came from an excess of blood, an imbalance of the humors. Haida Marie did wonder, but it seemed silly to postulate it on it for too long, especially when Johann was suffering too. Haida Marie, for her part, had never felt lighter. The full moon's light had imbued her with a dreadful arcane sort of strength, so she could stalk through the woods with ease, could have a frolic if she wished, through the foliage like a nymph or a dryad. Haida Marie knew she should not do this, however, even if it would have made a pretty picture, a young slender-limbed girl dancing about in the forest late at night, the dense fog swirling around her pretty ankles and her cuffs fluttering in the breeze. She had to stay to support Johann. He had worked hard that night, much, much harder than Haida Marie herself had. For a mere human who was all awkward angles, high cheekbones, and long, gangly limbs, he had pushed himself well past his limits. Johann had been able to maintain a veneer of composure when bidding farewell to Magdalena and Mige, and the potato-faced Fraulein who had at first come to them for aid. But he no longer had the strength to cling to this carefully curated facade. He was fading, his body failing. Haida Marie had known, the moment her hand had rent Mike's chest asunder, that the wound she had inflicted was a serious one. It had been apparent that it would require a significant degree of concentration for a Johann to heal her. Mike's inner workings had, after all, been reduced to a fine red mist, a gruesome pate of bone and muscle. Haida Marie had not fully believed when Johann had taken Mike in his arms that he would be able to heal her at all, but on this score she had been mistaken. Johann's faith had evidently been stronger than Haida Marie's own. Johann had taken Mike to him, a sheep who had strayed from God's light, and he had done all he could to save her. He had poured his own life's essence into her, and so doing he had made Mike whole again. He had healed her, but at what cost? What do you mean? Don't tell me Johann is gonna die. What do you mean? What? Excuse me? You're so fully mild. I'm mildly upsetty. Okay. I fix. Marie had seen Johann utilize his curious powers on other occasions, had seen him set bones and soothe fevered brows. Fevered brows. But never before had she seen him use his powers to close a wound as large as that. Marie did not think Johann himself had ever used his curious gift in such a manner, and now he was paying the price. Johann's gift might have been divinely granted. It was a skill he had possessed ever since he had been a young boy. But it did not come without its drawbacks. It required no shortage of mental fortitude for Johann to utilize his healing touch. And no shortage of strength, too. Unfortunately for Johann, his strength had been in short supply for quite some time. He had spent the last 4 years working alongside Marie, and during these years he had acted as her primary source of sustenance. When Marie hungered for blood, which was not quite as so often as many of her kind, given her advanced age and had whetted the worst of her appetite, she would turn to Johann. Johann's blood was quite unlike any Marie had ever tasted before. It was pure and it was rich, deeply nourishing, like a mug of hot cocoa served upon a sickbed. It was difficult for her when she sank her teeth into Johann's pale neck to stop, to regain her senses, to remember who she was. Perhaps it was because of Johann's miraculous abilities. One would have thought his innate ability to heal would have cut through his blood like poison, but it was not so. Johann's goodly power seemed to pulsate within his lifeblood, his veins full of the stuff. When Marie bit Johann's neck, she tasted miracles, sweet and light like heavenly manna. Johann was simply too delicious for his own good, so much so Marie might have taken 1 or 2 liberties with him. She drained his blood, of course, but before their excursion into the woods, but perhaps she had taken too much of the stuff? Johann had tried to reassure her to the contrary, when Marie had drawn her lips away from the white column of his throat. But Marie was no fool. She had seen, even if Johann had not wanted her to see, how he trembled when she drew back. Marie had bitten too deeply and indulged too much, and Johann had already been weak when they had first ventured into the woods. It was to be expected, really, that Johann's body would now begin to fail him. Johann was a lanky, skinny man, and he did not have much in the way of his physical stamina regardless. The years spent donating his blood to Marie had not helped, and neither had his liberal use of his healing powers. He had pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion once before, and he had aided the young Becker girl, whose father had undergone a terrifying transformation come the full moon. What do you mean Agnes's father is a werewolf? What? That's what Johann helped her family with? Okay, we're just gonna glaze right past that, huh? Okay. Johann had been able to reverse this wicked enchantment which had befallen the red-headed Herr Becker, but not without sustaining considerable damage. He had been bedridden for a full week after that particular miracle, consumed with a fever that had left him delirious. Ida Marie had sat with Johann while he had convalesced, while his forehead had beaded with sweat, and his fingers had curled it at his sheets. And she had wiped down his forehead, wondering all the while what she would do if Johann died. Who would the church next assign her? And would their blood be as delectable as Johann's? It had seemed unlikely. Back then, Ida Marie had not worried overly about Johann's own welfare. She had been more concerned about slaking her own thirst. Now, however... Now, Ida Marie could not help but feel a flicker of sympathy for the man who leant against her. It seemed almost unthinkable that Johann could have been brought so low, when he had sustained no physical wounds, none save for the twin punctures on his neck, the size of pinheads concealed beneath the high collar of his robes. Ida Marie had seen Johann initially as nothing more than another handler. A convenient way of scourging blood, yes, but mostly a nuisance who existed to bind her. In the early days of their meeting, their relationship had not been particularly cordial, but now... It's alright, Johann, I'm still here. Can you hear me? Now Ida Marie felt rather too attached to the dark-eyed, shallow-skinned father. She had not wanted to care for him, but what could she do? For all the centuries she had lived, Johann was one of the few people who did not seem to fear her, who spoke to her as an equal. For a human, he could be awfully saucy, but Ida Marie appreciated it. She had always enjoyed how much fight Johann possessed, how often he betrayed her expectations. He did so now, even though he was on the brink of collapse, a smile playing about his lips, despite his rapidly weakening state. Unfortunately, yes, I can still hear you. My faculties have not deserted me. Not completely, at least. Oh, and what do you mean by that? What could be so very unfortunate about hearing this angelic strains of my lovely voice, you silly man? Well, you know how it is. No, I don't know how it is. Would you mind elucidating? I want to know what exactly you mean by that. Though I fear you are not being at all polite. Well, your fears might have some basis in reality. I am grateful, of course, that you have thought to stay with me. It really is very kind. But I did not wish to have to hear you worry about me is all. I have no desire to be a burden. And worrying does not suit you either. What? Ida Marie glanced at Johann. She cocked her head inquisitively, like a little bird, and frowned. Do you think me incapable of caring about people, Johann? You were when I met you. You were so cold and so aloof. It's like a little statue. How did you change so much? It really is a mystery. Ida Marie pressed her lips together into a line. She looked at Johann, her golden eyes skimming him up and down, and then... Isn't that much of a mystery? No. No, I might be old, but I am not immutable. I can still be moved, provided the right person comes along to move me, that is. You are unlike anybody else I know. I fear I might have become somewhat fond of you which is why I don't want you to die here. I won't allow it. Do you hear that, Johann? If you do perish, I shall be very cross with you. Is that so? Once again, Johann laughed, but it was weak laugh. But it was a weak laugh, one which made his sloping shoulders shake. My apologies, then. I will endeavor to cling to life to the best of my abilities, but I fear it may be too late for me already. I am but a mere mortal. There is only so much I can endure. Yes, I know. You endured so much already. Perhaps it was unreasonable, expecting you to walk all of the way back to Augsburg, especially when... Johann winced, his body seized by a newfound paroxysm of of pain. He shifted it sideways, is pressing yet more of his weight upon the diminutive Haida Marie, and she tutted. Especially when you are in such a state. Goodness. Perhaps you ought to sit down for a while to get your breath back. Would you like that? I fear it would only be delaying the inevitable, but if you insist. Johann smiled, though it was a strained smile, one which did not illuminate his dark eyes. I would hate to make you worry about me. Idiot. Haida Marie sat Johann down upon the stump of a nearby tree, and skimmed a gloved hand against his face, wiped his brow free of sweat. Then she said, I always worry about you. How can I not when you are nothing more than a human? Your kind is so very vulnerable. You try to act strong, yet your bravado really does make me wonder. I don't know. I don't know if he's dying. I'm not really sure. Like, I don't know. Oh, he's so dying. I mean, this is really sad because it's like, it's very clear that Haida Marie probably sees Johann as a father figure, because sure, she's one of the oldest vampires in Europe, blah 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 blah, but at the end of the day, she was also turned when she was 10, so she's effectively still a child. So it's like, and this is like one of the, he is Papa, yes. How can you live life as you do, knowing how very fragile you are, knowing that your meager existence could be cut short? Here, Haida Marie drew a hand across her throat. Just like that? How do you stand it? Now, that is a good question. I would expect nothing less from you, but let me see. I suppose I can live like this because this existence is the only one I have ever known, meager or not. I know I am not as hardy as a vampire, but I have never had any cause to envy you. How could I be jealous of something I have never had? Meager. I was adding too many syllables in that. Besides, Johann looked at Haida Marie. His smile was crooked, but he smiled still as he said, his face horribly waxy. Envy is a sin. I would not wish to displease God, not when I have spent all of my life trying to serve him. Yes, that does make sense. You've always been an awful bootlicker, Johann. You would call my faith bootlicking? Well, else is it? You might act like an upstanding citizen, but I know the only thing and you really care about is being called a good boy. What a way to put that! What a way to put that! You do good because you wish to feel good. You want to be praised for it, and you want to be accepted too. In that sense, you're awfully sycophantic. Sycophantic? 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 But you really should practice some moderation. You can't help everybody you meet. Some people are past saving. Now it's too late. You've given up too much of yourself in service to others, to your flock and to me. And to God, too. Ida Marie looked at Johann, her expression impassive. Then in a cool voice, icy, just as midnight frost, she said, "At this point, it does not much matter what I want. You are going to die regardless. You do know that, don't you?" Johann laughed wryly, though how he was able to summon up the strength to laugh at all was something of a mystery. He looked up at Haida Marie, the little vampire girl to whom he had become so close, his dearest companion in all of the world, and said, "Well, I am aware, but could you stand to mince your words a bit more? Why, it is almost as though you want me to feel bad." "Perhaps I do. Perhaps I think you deserve to feel bad for putting me in such a bind." "A bind?" "Of all the fathers I have been assigned to watch over me, you are by far the most amusing. Your blood was like none I have ever tasted before. When I think that you will die, and for what? That dowdy Fraulein and her silly, impulsive mistress, I can't help but feel disappointed in you. I know what you did was what you did what you thought was right, and so I shouldn't take you to task too much. But you didn't. Did you never stop to think about me?" And Marie. One side. There was a moment's pause, a soft sigh as the wind blew through the trees, and then, "Of course I thought about you. I think of you every day. How could I not when I cherish your company so dearly? So why then did you decide to throw your own life away? Why are you abandoning me?" "I will not say that I am abandoning you, per se. I am simply be moving on to another plane of existence, where my soul might be free from my prison of flesh. Provided you would grant me such a peaceful ending, of course." "I beg your pardon? What are you suggesting?" "I would suggest nothing, but I would not wish to influence you, dear Haida Marie. But you are right. It would be rather rude of me to pass away here and put an end to our friendship." Johann smiled crookedly. "Are we friends?" "Well, I do not consider you an enemy. Neither do you. And do I you. I am quite fond of you as it happens, and I shudder to think of what would become of you if I did die. As mouthy as you can be, I always did get the feeling you were on your best behavior whilst in my company. I would not necessarily trust another to keep an eye on you. So perhaps it would be for the best if I remained upon this earth for just a little longer. I'm sure there is more I have left to give, even if this were to stop my heart from beating." So you're gonna turn him into a vampire, but not Mike? You know what, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'll accept that outcome. And I would not want you to be lonely. That is the real prison. That is the real poison, after all, which tends to kill your kind, to drive you mad. Is that not right? Johann. Marie continued to examine Johann mutely, her fair curls shifting about her heart-shaped face. She inhaled, drawing in a breath, and she did not need to fortify her heart, which did not beat. She took a step forth. Then, taking Johann's shaking hand into her own, she said, "Are you sure this is what you want?" "Well, I've no particular desire to die. That seems like a poor way of repaying the church for taking me in all of those years ago, when I appeared on their doorstep. I'm sure there is more work they would have me do. I can keep going. And things would be easier, would they not, if I wasn't such a weak and fragile human?" Once again, Marie pressed her lips together. She examined Johann, saw the determination in his face, the furrow of his brow. She drank in his eyes, in particular, which were very dark, so brown that they looked like the carapaces. Words are hard. Carapaces of beetles set into his pale skin. Then lightly she laughed. "Oh, Johann, I knew there was a reason why I liked you. You may be an awful do-gooder, but you know how to keep me on my toes. I never can and predict what you are going to do or what you are going to say. And I think if you were to die here, it would be an awful waste. The world needs more men like you, Johann, whether your heart still beats or not. So please, allow me." Marie leant down. She pressed her gloved hand to Johann's shoulders, her fingers curling against the dark fabric of his robes. She closed her eyes. Then, parting her lips, she said, "Promise I will be swift. I have a lot of experience, and the moon is very full tonight, and very round. The chances of you turning successfully are very high, given my long lineage. The light of the moon. This should not hurt. Well, not too much, at least." Wickedly, she smiled. Her incisors, filed down to sharp points, flashed in the moon's light. Then she dipped her head, taking Johann's fate between her teeth, and similarly shattering it like a piece of pottery. Mike lay unconscious for 2 days, tucked up in her bed, while Henny and Magdalena tended to her. Drained from her brush with death, she drifted, unaware of how tightly Magdalena held her hand throughout her convalescing. Mike knew not, as she slumbered, that Magdalena sat beside her, praying to a god she did not believe in for her safety. When she finally awoke, shaking off her exhaustion as a duck ruffles its feathers free from water, she soon learned of the anxiety her slumber had caused. It was early in the morning when Mike opened her eyes. It was cloudy and overcast, and only weak rays of sunlight could spill through the moth-eaten holes in the fabric, all pale and washed out thanks to the bower of clouds which hung in the sky. Henny sat at a chair by Mike's side, and when she saw Mike's eyelashes flutter, she cried, "Oh, Mike, my Mike, I'm so relieved!" Henny. Mike looked at Henny's askance. Her head was pounding fit to burst, and her thoughts, which were far too numerous, seemed to weigh heavily upon her like rocks. Weak though the sunlight was, it stung her eyes and she winced. The pain which had pierced her following Marie's attack had vanished, but now she was ached all over. Her arms and legs felt horribly laden. These aches, at least, reassured Mike that Henny's anxious face was not a fabrication of her addled imagination. This could not be a dream, for she felt too uncomfortable. It took a considerable amount of effort for Mike to sit up in bed. She winced as she did so, and Henny had to lean in to aid her. "Careful, Mike, don't push yourself now. You really have been through the wars." Oh yes, how could I forget? Mike smiled wearily. I apologize, I'll try to be more careful. Yes, you do that. I'd hate for your wounds to reopen. Though come to think of it, I'm not entirely sure if that's possible. Johan did quite the thorough job. There aren't scars. I can't even see any bruises. You don't look like you were injured at all. Really must have been a miracle. Miracle, I suppose it must have been. He is a priest, after all. Mike looked down at herself. She was wearing the same nightgown Magdalena had bequeathed to her, but the tear which had rent in the middle of it had been sewn up. The stitches were neat, not the thread white, so it was hard to tell from a distance any damage had been done unto it at all. Mike recognized this neat needlework. Henny must have fixed this gown for her as she slept. Her maid really was dutiful down to the smallest of details. Mike placed one hand to her chest, trembling as she did so. She still remembered what had happened, exhausted though she was. She had come between Haida Marie and Magdalena, and she had been skewered for her best efforts, her blood spattering all across the carpet at hall like spilled wine. The pain was not something she would forget in a hurry. Wincing, Mike looked away, and in doing so, she saw Magdalena. Magdalena was sitting beside Henny, her pale eyelashes closed, her lips pursed in a silent slumber. Her hands rested upon her lap, and her head hung forward, like that of a doll's. She was quite motionless, despite the weak sunlight which played about her pale skin, her even paler hair. Oh, Lena. Mike sighed, then turned to Henny, desperately seeking reassurance. You all right, Henny? She isn't ill, is she? Her? Henny glanced at Magdalena, as though seeing her for the first time, then frowned. She's ill. It's nothing to do. It's with nothing more than worry. You needn't fuss so. He's fine, at least as far as the undead being undead being can be fine. She's just sleeping, and I don't blame her for it. She's been sitting at your side ever since we brought you up here. She's not had a single wink of sleep all this time, not until he dropped off a few hours earlier. Really? Mike's face flushed, touched at Magdalena's thoughtfulness. She cares for me that much? Even ever so much. Her actions made it blindingly obvious. I'll admit, I didn't think much of her at first. Can you blame me? After all she put you through. But my opinion of hers really turned around. I didn't think vampires could be so caring, but it's plain as day that she adores you. She was beside herself when you collapsed. She looked like, I don't know, like a woman who'd lost all will to live. She fell on the ground and then, well... Henny shook her head, then smiled. Why are you asking about Magdalena, Mike? After all you've been through, shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself? Maybe I should, but I worry regardless. I know I have to care for I have you to care for me, Hen, and you do a wonderful job at it, believe me. But Lena, she hasn't had anybody to care for her in a long, long time. She's been all on her own. That's why I have to worry about her. Nobody else will. My, you must like her an awful lot. Though I suppose you wouldn't have left to her defense if you didn't. You were just like a knight back then, Mike. You were just missing the sword and shining armor. And the dignity. Mike smiled thinly. I caused quite a scene back then, as my mother might say, but I was so afraid I wasn't sure what else I was supposed to do. I could only think about helping Lena, but now I fear my rashness has hurt her. She's been in a bad way, I won't deny it, but the blame for that can't be laid wholly at your feet. I think she's been upset about the young mistress of hers too, and her death. It was all very sudden. She hadn't had nearly enough time to get to grips with it. Why, it's almost enough to make me feel sorry for her, and all this after she kidnapped you. I think she's quite the sorry creature herself. Her mistress? Mike's brow furrowed. She could remember her own agony clearly, but the events which had led up to her chest being cleaved were less lucid. Her thoughts were all disordered, like an unfinished jigsaw puzzle, and trying to slot every piece into its rightful place seemed almost like an impossibility. She thought she could recall, however, a faint memory which had imprinted itself upon her mind. She could remember the stench of blood. Henny had come to her bedroom while she had been in her nightgown and bade her to escape. Taking her hand, Henny had led through the hallway, Mike's bare feet pounding against the floor. Together, the two women had passed a large bedroom, its door ajar, and upon the bed Mike had seen. Mike winced, then pressed a hand to her mouth. Yes, she could still remember that. Mike had let her eyes fall upon Magdalena once more, who continued to sleep. As Magdalena had no need for air, she slept quite soundlessly. Her chest did not rise, and neither did her eyelids tremble. In sleep, she really did look like a doll, one which was devoid of life. Her mistress wasn't that young girl we saw, was she? That's right. Magdalena talked to me a bit more about her circumstances while we were both tending to you, but if you want to know more about her, you'd be best served asking her. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to explain everything properly. It's awful complicated. Oh, but look here now. Henny glanced at Magdalena, then drew back. She's beginning to stir. All of our talk must have disturbed her. True to Henny's words, Magdalena was finally starting to shift. Her pale eyelashes fluttered, still drowsy from her sleep. Her once still chest, meanwhile, rose and fell in a parody of breathing. It was as unnecessary, of course, being undead. Magdalena had no need to breathe, but it must have been an instinctive action, something which only ceased when Magdalena's consciousness did. I think I'll make myself scarce for now, Mike. I'm sure you've a lot you'd like to talk about with Magdalena, and I'm sure she has a lot she'd like to talk about with you. She wouldn't stop asking about you, you know, while you were unconscious. I'm starting to worry she's even more devoted than I am. Henny withdrew, laughing softly as she did, but before she left the room, she paused to say, I'll be back to check on you later. I'm just glad for the present to know you're alright. I really was worried about you, Mike. The door closed behind Henny with a thud, leaving both Mike and Magdalena alone together. Magdalena was sitting up now, her red eyes wide. With a sigh of relief, she exclaimed, Mike, oh Mike, you're awake. Are you alright? Yay! Mike began, a response half formed upon her lips, but she hadn't the time to fully formulate it before Magdalena flew to her. Mike felt flattered at Magdalena's affections, and she wanted to relax into her hug, but... Ow! Mike tensed. Pain began to ripple through her, every nerve ending on fire. Feeling Mike shudder and hearing her gasp of pain, Magdalena drew swiftly back, abashed. If Magdalena had possessed the ability to blush, her face surely would have turned pink. I'm sorry, Mike, I apologize. I was just so relieved. I've been watching you ever since you collapsed. For the last 2 days or so, I barely slept at all. I know you have. Henny told me. Oh, she did she? Magdalena pouted. I ought to have expected that she would take the wind from my sails. That maid of yours is such a busybody. She was lecturing me, you know, to take better care of myself, as though I'm not a near-immortal creature who has been alive for over a century. She talked to me like I was a hopeless young girl, or maybe A weak human like me? Yes, that's right, though I don't think you're weak at all, Mike. It was very brave of you to come between me and Hyder Marie like that. Though it was also very, very foolish. Well, I can see that now. It didn't occur to me at the time, though. What did occur to you then, pray tell? Only that I wanted to protect you. Protect me? Magdalena smiled, bemused, and shook her head. Okay, I'm about to finish my water again. Okay, you're gonna make me finish my water and sit up? Ugh! Creaky, creaky, ow! I need to finish this, I'm tired, I need to go to bed. Self-care. Greasy food. I feel crunchy. Ugh. I feel crunchy. Ugh. Boy. Magdalena smiled, bemused, and shook her head. The sentiment is sweet, but you need protecting far more than I do, now more so than ever before. I'm starting to think it's no wonder that maid of yours is such a fusspot. That's just such a fusspot. Having a mistress like you to deal with. Looking after you would turn anybody into an anxious wreck. I do wish she hadn't lectured me so, though. But I suppose she meant well by it. Henny always does. She's a sweetheart. She's always watched out for me ever since we were children. I could tell it when I watched her tend to you. Her concern was palpable. It made me feel a little jealous, I must admit. To see another fuss us over you so, and to know that she was the one alert when you finally did awake. I wish to be the first person you see, or person to see you when you regained consciousness, but my foolish body betrayed me. I might be undead, but even I need my beauty rest. Yes, you do. You haven't been getting nearly enough of it. The bags under your eyes are frightfully dark. Oh, Mike. Magdalena smiled bashfully. Do you mean to admonish me too? I've been getting earfuls of it from that maid of yours already. And rest assured, I've seen the error of my ways. My caring for you might, I admit, have been too effusive. But how can I not worry when you mean so much to me? I was terrified for your sake. You humans are much too delicate for your own good. Magdalena brushed her fingertips against Mike's cheek, tracing the contours of her face. You really must be more careful in the future. If you were to sicken or get hurt, it would destroy me, especially with that Henrique fussing over you so much. I started to feel distinctly like a third wheel. Then, Mike smiled, touched by Magdalena's concern, and let her fingers rest upon Magdalena's. Don't tell me you're too horribly jealous of Henny. She's only my friend. I know that, yet it hurts nonetheless to know she loves you so. Not that I can blame her. Who wouldn't love you, really, when you are so eminently lovable? I think you're exaggerating. Hardly. There is a lot to commend you for, though your intelligence might not be on the top of that list. Here, Magdalena smiled, as did Mike. The two women shared laughter, a soft and pattering like falling rain. Mike subdued by the ache in her chest, which had yet to fully shift. Once their laughter had passed, and Mike had reassured Magdalena that yes, she was alright, and no, her unexpected embrace hadn't hurt, not that much at least. Mike had then dared to ask the question which had been playing upon her mind since she had awoken. I was just wondering, when Henny tried to run away with me last night, or maybe it was the night before, I don't remember, my head is all a jumble. We passed an open bedroom, and inside, well, saw a girl shackled to a bed, lying in the shadows. I didn't get a look at her, but she seemed very young, and she had been very dead. I don't want to pry, and this might be a peculiar question, but was that small girl your mistress? Silence descended between the pair following this question. Mike glanced at Magdalena from beneath her eyelashes, and Magdalena glanced back, her face deadly pale. For a while, Magdalena was quiet, her lips pursed. Then after heaving a small sigh, she spoke. Yes, so it comes back to this. That girl. I thought you might ask about her, and for a good reason. She was indeed my mistress, and she really was a poor thing. My mistress's name, that poor creature. She was called Christelle. Christielle? Christielle? Christielle. Though perhaps she had no need of that title after she was turned. Names are courtesy only humans are granted, while she might have looked like a person, but any humanity she might once have had was stolen from her a long time ago. She couldn't talk. I'm unsure whether she could even think, beyond thirsting for blood. She was as less a girl than a force of nature. She was always hungry, and she was always angry alongside it. It wasn't always that way, though. Christielle used to be a sweet young girl, though I can scarcely believe it myself. She changed so much, but it wasn't her fault. She didn't ask for any of this to happen, and neither did I. It was all very unfortunate. What happened? Mike posited this question quietly, her pale eyes upturned. Would you mind telling me how you and Christielle came to be vampires, and how you came to serve her for so many years? It's fine if you wish to keep it to yourself, but there's so much about you I don't know. I want to get to know you better, Lena. I know I won't be able to undo the past, but talking about it might help, unless you think I'm being presumptuous and asking too much of you? No, it's just fine. I don't think you're overstepping your boundaries. How could you, after all we've done together? You know so much about me already. Spilling a few more of my secrets could hardly hurt at this point. But I'm not entirely sure where to begin. At the start, maybe? With my birth to a poor yet happy family in Innigan, and of little note or consequence? Oh, that is to go very far back indeed, more than a century ago. Oh, I would only get sentimental if I started to talk about my mother and father. Not that I could cry over them even if I wanted to, so I think I'll spare you all that. I think I'll begin instead at, let's see. Maybe it would be best to commence my tale when I first met Christielle. Magdalena shifted in an attempt to make herself a touch more comfortable before beginning her tale in earnest. I was only 15 years old at the time, and naive for my age. Perhaps I was too young to work, but my parents needed the money, and girls younger than I often went into service. It's not so very different now, or so I've gathered, after speaking to Enrique. That mean you were a maid? Indeed, I was. I was a maid, and I worked in this mansion years and years prior for Christielle's family, the von Schiffelins. Schiffelins? That was before this house had fallen into rack and ruin, where the hallways were thick with dust, before the air reeked of death. I was a young and fresh-faced, and Christielle, She was not yet 3 years old when I began to work here, and during my employment, I watched her grow. She wasn't particularly pretty, bless her, and she was horribly shy. She used to shrink away from the other maids, but she had a soft spot for me. She would sit with me while I was cleaning up sometimes, though her parents had warned her against it, and I tried to cheer her up. She was neglected by her parents. When they spoke to her, it was only to chastise her, and she didn't have any friends her own age to play with, nor any siblings. I think she was lonely. That must have been why she sought out my company. I was one of the younger maids who worked for the von Schifflins, and I tried to pay her especial attention. She rarely smiled around anybody else, but my silly stories and jokes were able to make her laugh. She wasn't pretty, like I said, but when she smiled, Magdalena sighed, and then shook her head. I so badly wanted to protect her smile. I had 2 younger sisters of my own, and Christiel reminded me of them. I suppose I've always been protective, and I took it upon myself to look out for her. Eventually, even her aloof parents took notice of their daughter's attachment to me, and they decided to make me Christiel's nursemaid. Christiel hadn't gotten along very well with her previous nursemaids. She'd been sullen and sulky with them, and sometimes she even bit them. Perhaps that was a portent for what was later to come. But I can't blame Christiel for lashing out. She was constantly being pushed around at the whims of others. As a lady yourself, I imagine you know how she must have felt, rattling around in this empty house on her lonesome. Yes, I can imagine it. My childhood was much the same, though I never bit anybody. I used to climb the trees in the garden, though, and pick the blackberries in the summer, and once I sneaked into my family's mausoleum. My mother was furious with me. I knew she would be, but I did it all the same. I think I was tired of listening to her all the time. It was stifling. I suspected it was the same for Christiel. This house. Magdalena gestured about Mike's bedroom at its high ceiling, and the wide window with the drawn curtains, through which the gray garden could be seen. Might be large, but it's lacking in warmth. It was cold even then, and when it was full of people. It was nothing more than a cage. Christiel couldn't stand it. In fact, I'd rather think she despised it. She was at her happiest when the 2 of us were walking through the garden hand in hand, and she could be free of the servants and her parents and all her guests. Christiel and I became so close. I would even accompany her when her parents attended luncheons or soirees further afield, in Augsburg and beyond. The von Schifflins were well known, and they were much in demand. If they didn't have half of Bavaria staying here, they would be paying visits to the nobility all across the country. These near-constant festivities occurred for 3 years until an unfortunate event put paid them to quite quickly. Ugh. Magdalena paused now, one hand resting against the base of her throat. Her expression was pensive, her brow furrowed, and it took her a few moments before she had gathered the thread of her tale once more. It was on a dark, stormy night. Don't these stories often begin like that? When it happened. The von Schifflins were returning home after visiting a noble family in Regensburg, I think. It's been so long, I don't remember. The von Schifflins didn't often take Christiel with them when they went on their excursions, but I believe they had stayed with these people for over a week of festivities. Perhaps there was a special occasion, maybe a wedding? I had been ordered to come with them, to keep an eye on Christiel, who was too young for dancing and drinking. I remember the carriage was wending its way through the forest. It was a cold, foggy night, and the moon was full in the sky. It was round just as if it was a few nights prior, like a giant eye. Crucial had fallen asleep and was lying her head upon my lap. I was trying to stay awake myself, but also beginning to doze. It was well past midnight and I was tired, and we had been traveling for hours and hours. A handful of the other servants had come with us to attend to the von Schifflins, but they were in a different carriage. We were almost at our host's home, at least I think we were, when it happened. Magdalena's expression darkened, her fingers clenching into fists upon her lap. We were attacked while we were in the forest, not by bandits as you were, but by a being much more sinister. It all happened so quickly, I wasn't entirely sure what happened. It was only later, or with the gift of hindsight, I can say what must have occurred. It was a vampire. They must have been desperate, attacking a carriage full of people with impunity. 2 carriages, in fact, but I suppose they knew humans would be no match for them, so no matter how many there were. Perhaps they were not desperate then, but lashed out solely because they could, because it amused them to do so. I had no idea, I cannot say. It happened so quickly, I never saw the face of the creature who attacked us, not for more than a few moments. I don't even know whether they were a man or a woman. All I know is, at one point the carriage was wending its way through the woods, unmolested, and the next? Magdalena's voice trailed off, while her fingernails sank into her thighs. She inhaled, perhaps gathering her nerve and her scattered thoughts before saying, I knew something was wrong when I woke up. I didn't thought I would ever wake again. I was in so much pain. The darkness had seemed absolute when I fainted, but I soon realized this was not the case. I was lying upon the forest floor among the strewn, scattered leaves like a discarded doll. My head hurt, and so did my limbs. There was an awful taste in my mouth, and I think I vomited. I don't remember. I do remember feeling that something was wrong, though. I wasn't myself. I pressed a finger to my neck and found 2 marks which perforated my skin. That shook me, but even then, and what happened didn't fully register until I pressed my fingers to the inside of my wrist. I thought I was being silly, fantasizing maybe. I'd always been one to get swept up in my own daydreams, till I realized I didn't have a pulse. My skin was cold to the touch and hard. It felt like marble. That was when I realized that, though I'd opened my eyes and I appeared to live on, I was not the same Magdalena I had been, and I wasn't really alive either. I was dead. I didn't need to breathe and my heart didn't beat, but I could still think and sit up and walk. It was quite the shock, but I came to terms with it more quickly than you might think. I did come to terms with it, laying in the middle of the forest as I was. I had no other choice. I don't know how I knew, but I was grimly aware that should the sun rise while I was still outdoors, I would turn to ashes. I looked around and soon found the carriage I had been traveling in. It had been tipped to one side, and Lord and Lady von Schifflin were still inside it, their bodies mangled. They were dead, at least properly dead, unlike me. I didn't need to check their pulses to tell. The other servants they had traveled with had been similarly dispatched. Some were in one piece, but others had been butchered, I suppose is the only word for it. Bits of them were strewn everywhere. Why I had been bitten so cleanly, I know not. If my assailant had torn me apart like they had the others, I doubt I would have been able to sit back up again. But never mind that. No good would come of trying to guess the motives of my attacker. I don't know who attacked us, or why they spared me, in a sense. It was probably a whim. I wasn't the only one who survived this assault either, though I wish I was. I found her lying upon the forest floor unconscious, her arms and legs bent at broken angles. I thought she was dead. When I reached out to feel her pulse, she shifted, and that was when I knew. Her shield had died, but she was still alive. She had been turned, and she was only 6 years old. Magdalena winced at this and reached for her chest. There her fingers twisted, as though seeking to wrench out her own heart, which no longer beat. I was able to retain much of my own rationality after I was turned into a vampire, but my young mistress was less fortunate. The sweet, shy, stubborn girl I knew had vanished when she woke up. She had lost all her sense of right and wrong, and she knew nothing save her own insatiable lust for blood. Her desire was so intense, I think it overwhelmed all her other senses. She could no longer talk upon waking. She could no longer smile. She was out of control. I did not realize that, however, until I took her back home. We made it back before the first rays of the sun rose, with me carrying Christiel on my back. She had been half asleep as I carried her, and had been docile enough, but she changed when we returned to her old abode. There were still servants who resided there to upkeep the place in the von Schifflin's brief absence, and Christiel, Magdalena grit her teeth altogether. I couldn't stop her. I didn't expect it of her. I had no idea she was capable of such cruelty. I soon learned that I had erred in my judgment, however, when she tore her way through the servants who still resided there. She slipped into their quarters, quicker and swifter than a cat, and made short work of them. She murdered all of the scullery maids in their beds, and the housekeeper and the footman. The time I had caught her, it was too late. She had murdered dozens of servants, and she was dripping with gore. There were chunks of flesh beneath her nails, in her hair and the smell. Magdalena pressed one hand to her mouth. But the worst part about it was the expressions on Christiel's face as she carried out these atrocities. She didn't look aghast at her actions, but she didn't seem particularly euphoric either. Her face was just blank, like a slate, and completely empty. Killing didn't seem to rouse any particularly strong emotions within her, but she killed all the same because it was what her instincts told her to do. Like a rabid animal, she knew nothing save attacking. She bore fangs and claws, and she killed them, all of them. The servants' quarters looked like a scene from hell itself, and the blood. I'm ashamed to admit that I found the smell quite enticing, but the horror of it all helped me resist. I was no longer human, but I still possessed my sense of morals. I didn't want to behave as Christiel was. She was a child and had an excuse, but I was an adult. I knew better. I told myself that I would act better too. I knew I couldn't reintroduce Christiel to a polite society, or any society, as she was. I was afraid she would harm anybody she came across, so I decided to bind her inside, to her bed to stop her from causing any further chaos. Then I devoted myself to finding victims for her so she would not starve. I'd hoped animal blood would be enough to satiate her, but she turned her nose up at it. She would only drink the blood of humans, and it had to be fresh. I had no choice but to kill on her behalf, to sustain her, but I tried to do so without drawing too much attention to ourselves. I've been looking after Christiel for the last century. While Christiel slept, I had a lot of free time, and with it I taught myself to read and how to write. I made use of all the books in the libraries the von Schifflins left behind, and with this knowledge I fashioned myself into a lady of sorts. After being a maid for so many years, I think I wanted to act a little more important than I really was. I suppose that part of me even believed I deserved to act thus, being a vampire. I was stronger now, after all, than any human could ever dream of being. It was quite a rush, I'll admit, when I slew my first victim for Christiel's sake. It was thrilling, almost, to bring down a grown man with such ease. Part of me took delight in my powers, but another greater part of me grappled with the cruelty of my actions. I tried to target people who deserved it, much like the bandits who pursed you and Henrique, but that hasn't always been possible. I killed any number of innocents to sustain Christiel. I tried to tell myself that I'm not like her, at least I am rational, but when I consider all the evil deeds I've committed over the years, I have to wonder, am I really any better than she is? I am a vampire too, when all is said and done. I should have died over a century ago. I can play at being human well enough, better than many others of my kind, and I do try to remember my manners. The fine clothes I wear are all for show, as is my affected way of talking. Tristiel might have been a monster, but she was never trying to pretend to be otherwise. She was too earnest for it. I, meanwhile, gad out as though I am worth more than I am, as though I am a real lady. A lady! Magdalena scoffed, though it was without any humor. Though her lips were pulled into a grim facsimile of a smile. Facsimile of a smile. Facsimile of a smile. Her eyes were dark and joyless. I could never be a lady like you, Mike. I wasn't born into nobility. I am just a hapless maid playing pretend. But no, I am not even that. I am a monster, a murderer. I have no right to act with all these airs and graces, as though I'm so much better than anybody else. I have no right to be alive at all. Oh, Lena. Mike sighed thus once Magdalena had finished speaking. She looked at her companion with gentle, compassionate eyes, then reached forth. Taking one of Magdalena's gloved hands in her own, she squeezed and said, "You might see yourself as a monster, but I don't. I could never regard you like that." No? Magdalena sniffed, her shoulders trembling, though her eyes, as always, remained dry and devoid of tears. You don't think me wicked after I caused you so much suffering? I kidnapped you, and if Haida Marie hadn't killed my poor mistress, I am certain, and I would have fed you to her in the end, as I have so many others. Yes, I know. But it's not as though you tricked me. You lent me into no illusions that, should I remain in your home, I would not meet my end. You warned me, but still, I persisted in remaining here. You would have let me go, remember, had I not come to Henny's defense? Well, of course I remember. It was your self-sacrifice which first made me regard you, not as another morsel from my mistress, but as an equal. I thought of the way you treated Henrique was admirable. My own mistress, Tristiel's mother, that is, never would have been so conscientious. Hi, Agent Kai. I thought we were almost done, but I'm still reading. Can't be him here, so I gotta go to bed. Lol. I also have to go to bed, but I'm like so close to finishing this. I can feel it. I can feel it. I am gonna go get more water though, because I am gonna die if I don't get... Watch us not even be halfway. We're in Act 4! I thought it was the end after Act 3, too, but like... If I keep going and it starts to an Act 5, I'm ending it there, doing Act 5 in a different stream. I'm gonna go get water though. I'm gonna go get water though. I'll be right back. Buh. Buh, 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 buh. Hi. Hello. Hello. Food returns. Food returns. Food returns. Oh, so now you're back. I... Wait. Hi. 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 Asian guy redeemed. Did you pause the time? Yes, I did. I just unpaused it. I remembered to get up and I remembered to pause it when I got up. Just double checking. I was like, what? Huh? What? I was never regarded as a friend or of the family. I was only ever a servant. In that sense, I supposed I am somewhat jealous that you and Henny are so close. She's lucky to have a mistress like you. And Christiel was very lucky to have a maid like you, who is so unfailingly loyal. You stayed by her while you were alive and continued to serve under her even after the pair of you were turned. That is why you performed so many immoral actions. It wasn't for the fun of it, nor the thrill, that you hunted down all those who traversed too close to your home. You did it because of your overwhelming loyalty for your mistress. You didn't want to let her die. Is that not right? It is right, yes, but oh, Haida Marie was right to scorn me. Though I had the best of intentions, I was woefully misguided. The young girl I had cared for died a long, long time ago. She looked somewhat akin to my Christiel, but she was not her. She was not a human. By prolonging her life in so unnatural a way, I only made her suffer more. If I truly loved her, I never would have chained her up indoors as I did. I should have let her starve. That would have been a real kindness. It's easy to say what you should have done now, but I don't think you would have it in you, Lena. To kill my mistress? Mike nodded. I know you like to posture yourself as a heartless monster devoid of emotion, but that isn't true. You're far nicer than you appear. You say that you should have let your mistress starve, but I doubt you could have let that happen. You would have felt much too guilty. It wasn't her fault, after all, that she was turned. No, it wasn't. You're quite right about that. My mistress was innocent, in a sense. She was only a child. I don't think she really knew what she was doing. But she was still incredibly dangerous, all the more because she did not understand her own strength. She certainly didn't recognize me after she was turned, though she had always been fond of me when she had been alive. I would sit with her every day and try to penetrate the fog which shrouded her memories, to little avail. If she had known who I was, I'd like to think she wouldn't have hurt me. But she still did. I knew she was a monster whose existence would cause others untold harm, yet still I could not kill her. I pitied her far too much. She was beyond being detestable. But I can't say the same about myself. I still maintained my sense even after being turned, and I knew what I was doing was wrong. My hands are stained with so much blood, I fear I'll never be able to wash them clean. I'm glad that you still seem to care for me, Mike, but how can you bear to be with me? Don't you think me unforgivably wicked? You might think you are wicked. You certainly said so enough times, but I do not. You were put in a difficult place, but I think you did the best you could. You're not a bad person, Lena, just an unfortunate one. You never asked to be turned into a vampire either. I know that, but how am I supposed to live my life now? How can I ever forgive myself? Silence filled the room following Magdalena's exclamation. Her chest rose and fell with sharp, uneven breaths, and her eyelids trembled. Hold on. Kitty. 1 second. You never get to say hi. You never hang out with me. You want to say hi? Say hi to everyone, Shadow. Oh, don't be like that. Guys, do you hear this child? He's growling at me. Really? You don't like being held this much? I never realized how stanky that boy's breath is. Ugh. Silence filled the room following Magdalena's exclamation. Her chest rose and fell with sharp, uneven breaths, and her eyelids trembled. Though Magdalena's skin was untouched by age, Mike could see the years of pain and self-reproach written upon her. It pooled in her eyes, which seemed all of a sudden unfathomably deep. They were so full of self-loathing, Mike feared she might drown in them. Mike could see now, beyond all of Magdalena's bravado, could see one clear, unmistakable truth. She could see that Magdalena despised herself. Magdalena had despised herself for many, many years, ever since she had been turned into a vampire. Magdalena could not love herself, for she had become something she considered evil. But Mike could point to them still talking naked out. No, for real. No, for real. She realized, been in love with Magdalena for a long while already. Thank you. Thank you. We're getting somewhere now. Lena. Mike spoke softly, still squeezing Magdalena's hand. I can't say when or even if you'll be able to forgive yourself. That isn't something for me to decide. You'll have to think about all you've done on your own and try to come to your own conclusions. Yes, I thought you might say that. It's as I feared. Well, I've had a century to think things through, and I already know what I think. I don't believe that I can be forgiven. It isn't possible. I've done too many awful things. Heidelberg should have put me to death a dozen times over. Not even that would have been enough to cleanse all of my sins. They're too great, and they weigh upon me much too heavily. That might be true for you, and that's true, oh too, that I don't know where all the pain you've brought. You know instead only of how you treated me. I know that you did not wish to cause me any undue hurt. Mike leant in and then pressed her other hand to Magdalena's cheek, cupping it gently. Her fingers splayed. She then said, "And I know that, even if you can't forgive yourself, I can. I forgive you, not on the behalf of your victims. I'm afraid I don't have that authority, but for all you've ever done to me." Do you really mean that? Mike nodded. I don't hate you, Lena, and I certainly don't think you're a monster. How could I when I care for you so deeply? You come to mean a good deal to me during the weeks we've spent together, and if I'm being honest, I don't ever want to be parted from you. Mike, oh Mike. Magdalena sniffled, her pale eyelashes trembling. I don't think I deserve your kindness, nor your fondness. But I'm not arrogant enough to assume that I can tell you how to feel, though I know I've often acted like it. Your feelings are your own. If you like me as much as you say you do, then I suppose I'll have to accept it. I don't really understand it, but... A small smile caught the corners of Magdalena's lips, thinner than a piece of sewing thread. I like you too, Mike. Oh, Lena. Mike. Mike leant in close still, the inches of space which parted her and Magdalena diminishing with each millisecond. There became a brief pause of about a second, like the gap between... like the gap between seeing and hearing a... Just a chat moving up in my peripherals. like the gap between seeing and hearing a bolt of lightning, as both women stared at one another. They swallowed, as though in unison. Then they shifted. It was Mike who moved first, but Magdalena soon followed her lead. Bridging the infinitesimally small... What? The kiss again? Oh, Jessie got it all. Ooh. Infinitesimally short space between them. They parted their lips, then pressed their mouths together. It was a very soft, gentle, tender kind of kiss, different from the one they had shared before after Magdalena had drained Mike of her blood. This was a kiss born not from fear that soon their acquaintance would end, but from hopes, tentative though they were, for the future. The kiss lasted for only a few moments, but might have endured for longer had both women not been interrupted by the sound of a startled gasp. Oh! Oh my. Henny! Henny! Henny. Henny! Henny! Mike and Magdalena pulled away, Mike blushing abashedly to glance over at the doorway. There Henny stood, her eyes wide, frozen like a figure in a photograph. She was almost gray-faced enough for it. Her fingers curled about the door handle. Mike had half a mind to try and make excuses to tell Henny that things were not as they looked, but she hadn't the chance to get out any words. Henny was already beginning to babble. I do beg your pardon, Mike. I didn't mean to walk in on you. If you're otherwise engaged, I can always leave. I hate to intrude. I can tell where I'm not wanted. What? No. Tell her to leave. I'm sorry, but tell her to leave. You're busy. Okay, baby. Okay. Mike frowned, her perplexity overcoming her embarrassment. Of course you're not wanted. I'm always happy to see you. You don't need to apologize. Are you sure? It seemed like the pair of you were, rather busy. Not that I can blame you for it. You've not had a chance to be alone in quite a while, and I'm sure Magdalena is pleased to see that you've recovered. It's only natural that you want to celebrate, though I must admit, I am somewhat surprised to discover how close you are. That isn't to say I'm judging you for it, though. I'm happy, in fact. You are? Of course! I think it's a wonderful thing that you care for Magdalena so much. It doesn't matter to me that she's a woman, or even that she's a vampire. It better not. It better not matter to you that she's a woman. You're gonna have some problems if you had a problem with that, Henny. You've always been such an individual, Mike. It makes sense that only an unusual person could win your heart. Not that I mean to insult you, of course. That's alright. I know that I must seem awfully unusual in the eyes of you humans. I cannot blame you for being surprised at Mike's... How shall we term them? Magdalena smiled, her eyes is crinkling. Affections, let's say, towards me. In fact, I'm rather surprised at it myself. I did not think when I first imprisoned her that we would ever become so close. She is rather unique, though, as far as young ladies go. She's not at all like the prissy young madam I once believed her to be. Yes, my Mike's always been unique. She used to get into all sorts of scrapes when she was young. Her mother would almost hit the roof, she would, at some of her stunts. I can well imagine. Magdalena tittered, then glancing to Mike, began to toy with a few loose locks of her hair. Are you a naughty girl, Mike? It's a child, maybe. I fear Hen is misrepresenting me, though. Be surprised at your eyes over Mike's horniness over me. Oh my god. I stopped acting half so wayward on my 13th birthday. I thought I ought to start acting more like a young lady, and if I am being wholly honest, being scolded so incessantly by my mother began to grate on me. I thought my life would be easier if I changed my attitude. But it didn't make me happy. Yes, you had mentioned your mother sounded rather overbearing. She was very overbearing. She decided every aspect of my life, or so it seemed. Sometimes I feel I could not even sneeze without her permission. As is often the way with nobility. I know of it well, having much experience with the elite. I was often punished. It was quite tedious being forever at the beck and call of my so-called superiors. I was at my mother's beck and call too, despite being her daughter. I was supposed to be a lady, but I felt more like a servant. I think I might have even less freedom than Hen did. My mother decided what I wore, what I ate, when I slept, as if that weren't enough. She also meant to decide who I would love. My poor mistress. I know you were never much cared for. You never much cared for Herr Gerhardt. And after spending much time in his venerable company, I can see why. That man is an ass. Oh, he is, isn't he? All that Latin. Mika pulled a face. Such a bore. He's so stuck up and self-important. It was enough to turn my stomach, and he was small-minded too, for all his airs and graces. Can you believe, Mika, that he didn't care tuppence about what might have happened to you? Told him you'd been kidnapped, and he didn't even attempt to try and find you. It was as though, oh, I don't know, as though he'd written you off as a bad business venture, like cargo that had fallen from a trading ship during a storm. That is often how I felt around him, yes. I'm not surprised that Herr Gerhardt did not rush to my rescue. It would have been more surprising if he had. I would have been very happy if I never saw him again. That is something I can concur with, at least. You've no need for a fiancé now, not when you have me. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Oh my. Henny's face, which had begun to cool during her indictment of Walter Gerhardt, now began to color anew. The pair of you certainly are close, aren't you? That kiss ought to have given away, I suppose, but... well... There's an awful lot for me to come to terms with, though I suppose it's nothing so very scandalous now that I have no vampires exist, and miracles. Did you? Did I... Well, did I? Sorry. I don't... My brain's buffering. When I think about all of that, I don't suppose I should be too surprised if two women might fall in love, just as a woman and a man might. I'll admit, I'd never given it much thought myself. But if you two are happy, who am I to judge? You might have kidnapped my Mika, Magdalena, but you've certainly been more attentive to her needs than her so-called fiancé. It was part of the dialogue, but he still said storm. Oh yeah, the cargo thing. At the very least, you seem to care for her. Oh, you needn't worry about that, Henrique. I care for your Mike a good deal. I might have done many wicked things in my life, but I am not devoid of feeling, and neither am I impervious to love. I've been alone for a very long time, but Mike has stolen my heart. And, it isn't much of a heart, of course, given it no longer beats. But for what it's worth, my feelings are sincere. I really do love you. And I promise you that. I am very glad to hear it. The relationship may raise a few eyebrows, but I don't much care about that. I'd far rather you be happy, Mike, than correct. What is correct anyway? Why, I'm starting to think all these rules and customs are made up just to give us little folk, and us larger folk too, more hoops to jump through. Why can't two women be in love if that's how they feel? I, for one, think the world could use more love, not less. Feelings such as this should be celebrated. Henny. Mike smiled, touched at her maid's impassioned words. Thank you for being so understanding. I'm not sure what I would have done if you'd rejected me. As if I would. I hope you weren't worrying about that, Mike. What a waste of time if you were. You should know by now that I never judge or desert you. Why, I'd spent the last few weeks out of my mind with worry, scrambling to save you. Your ex-fiancé, should I say, threatened to have me thrown into an asylum for worrying about you too much. Oh goodness, he didn't, did he? Yes, he did, not just once, but twice. He said he was concerned about my safety, but I don't believe a word of it. He just wanted me out of the way. Bah. And he turned and then spat upon the carpet. Let's not talk about him no more. It's not like we'll be seeing him again. And good riddance, I say. I've had enough Latin to last me a lifetime. Mike began to giggle at this, as did Henny. Magdalena, who had not had the pleasure of meeting Walter Gerhardt, was less amused, but smiled still to see Mike so happy. Once this moment of merriment passed, Henny folded her arms beneath her bosom and said, Now, it is all well and good at saying that what we won't do, but I'm starting to wonder about the future. Do either of you have any plans? You don't intend to stay in this forest, do you, in this house? Oh, no. I have no fondness for this place. I never liked it much when I worked here as a servant, and I like it less now that I've been incarcerated here for over a century. This place has always felt like a prison despite being so grandiose. It is much too big for its own good, and is almost impossible to clean. Practically falling apart out of my very eyes. You're not wrong about that. This place needs a thorough cleaning before it's even halfway habitable. And even then, I think it's been left unloved for too long. I doubt it'll ever feel like a real home. Lady Von Essen would have been beside herself if her house had wound up in such a state. Habitable. I know. This place, unfortunately, has never felt like a home to me. It isn't where I was born, and it's not where I belong. My own family came from Innigen, which isn't too far away from Augsburg. I would like to see my parents again, or my younger sisters, but they will be long dead by now. There's nothing left of me in this dreary abode. It is half decayed already, and makes me think of nothing but my young mistress's miserable fate. There's nothing for me in Innigen either, though, nor in Augsburg. As a vampire, there's nothing for me anywhere. I know where I can call my home now. But I think I could make a home, maybe, if I could remain with Mike, and perhaps I could even be happy. What do you say? Would you like to live with me, Mike? At least would never make you work on your embroidery like your mother. And I wouldn't try to marry you off either. You could read all the books you wanted. I wouldn't chastise you. Yes, I would love that, but where would you go? How would we live? Not wholly sure, but I have a few ideas. Appreciated it though this abode is, and crumbling with age, its rooms and halls are full of valuables. Lord von Schifflin was an avid collector of curios from the Middle East, and his rooms are full of trinkets which ought to fetch a good price from interested buyers. I think if we were able to sell a lot of these old bits and pieces, we would be able to embark upon a new life together with minimal difficulties. As for where we would go, I am undecided, but perhaps we needn't settle on a location right now. Anything will be fine, I am sure, if I am with you. Oh, Lena. Kiss again, kiss again, kiss again, kiss again. Mike trembled at both Magdalena's gentle words and her touch. Her cheeks turned pink, as though they so oft did when she and Magdalena were together. And it was with a sigh that she said, "I want to stay with you too. There's nothing I want more." And me. If you need a hand hawking your wares, then please make full use of me. My father used to sell his wares all across the country, and I used to help when I was younger. I'd be more than happy to ferry our bits and pieces to Augsburg if you need an extra pair of hands, and when you've gathered enough funds, I'd like to move away with you. I wouldn't want to get in your way, of course. I'd give the pair of you some privacy, but I can't bear to be parted from my Mike, not when she's such a good friend to me. Can't we stay together? Oh, of course we can. I don't want to be parted from you either, Hen, unless... Mike paused to look at Magdalena. Would you have an issue with that? With Henrique? Magdalena smiled thinly. I might be a little jealous, maybe. But no, I wouldn't mind it. I would appreciate her help if she is willing to offer it. Shifting all the valuables from this old pile will be quite a task. I don't know if I'll be up to it on my own. You wouldn't be on your own. I can work as diligently as a cart hose. Horse? Cart horse? That word is weird. Or so I've heard, and I'm no stranger to menial labor. Let's do that then. It sounds like a wonderful plan. If I was on my own, I doubt I'd have much of a future. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. Perhaps I would fall afoul of one of the church's executors. Or is on purpose, so that you might be granted some rest. I've spent all my afterlife caring for my young mistress. I always feared that without her I would be lost. But now I know that isn't the case. I have found an unlikely friend in you, Henrique, and even more unlikely lover in you, Mike, and who knows? If I stay with you, even a monster like me might be able to be happy. Yay! We're just in time for you to finish it. Yay! That's it. That's it. Yeah. Oh, that was the end of Act 4. Are you right, the evil ex-husband? They never married? No. They're just gonna sell all the valuables in Magdalena's home and move out with Henny. Huh? Epilogue? Wait, there's still more. Gotta go to bed. Door manifested it. This is too late to go to bed. It was a late evening in Paris, and the sun had already set, the moon round and white in the sky like an egg. Despite the lateness of the hour, however, the streets were still lively. Carriages went up and down the cobbled streets, the horses' hooves striking the ground at irregular intervals, while the vast wheels of these lumbering vehicles rumbled like thunder. It was always busy in Paris, or so Mike had discovered. Rain or shine, day or night, especially in the Avenue Montaigne, which was full of expensive shops which catered to the most privileged of customers. Theatergoers and opera enthusiasts strolled past Mike, their fashionable hats and coiffured hair illuminated by the street lamps, while their servants hurried in their wake, carrying boxes and bags in their arms from a day spent shopping. Young girls, meanwhile, some of them not much older than 10 or 11, tried to hawk various goods to those who passed, roasted hazelnuts and wilting daisies picked from the roadside. Many of these passers-by ignored these street sellers, but Mike was less cold-hearted. She paused to buy one such flower girl, a particularly young thing with dark hair and fair skin, who looked eerily like Magdalena's departed mistress, with a furrow upon her brow. Mike had lived in Paris for well over a year and had begun to feel almost at home amongst its streets. The stark disparity between the rich and the poor did weigh upon her, however. Clifford? I don't know. Mika could not help but feel for the girl, especially when she herself was wearing such finery. It seemed cruel to simply walk past her, but there were so many similar children in Paris. Mika knew distributing a handful of coins here and there would have little tangible benefit. Coiffured. She paused for a few moments, perturbed when... Doesn't matter. Coiffured. It doesn't matter. Look, she's pretty. Coiffured. We continue. You are young, mademoiselle. And do keep the change. It is well deserved, for these flowers are so very beautiful. Magdalena approached the dark-haired girl, handing her several coins from her pocket with a flourish. Seeing Magdalena shared Mike's sentiments about the poor girl. Had she, too, seen the resemblance to Christielle in her pale, almost shallow skin and her dark hair? Mike wasn't sure, but Magdalena seemed to be rather enjoying her role as the girl's benefactress. She beamed, now resting a gloved hand upon the girl's head, and said, "In exchange, would you mind giving me your finest bloom for my fair lady? Please give her something which would set her off her lovely red hair and her lovely blue eyes. I want my lady to look her best." "Oh yes." The young flower girl, who seemed to be about 12 or 13, older than Christielle then, giggled, then reached into the wicker basket which dangled in the crook of her skinny arm. She rooted about the inside of her basket, shifting her flowers aside, probably ill-gotten blooms snapped from some noblewoman's front garden. Before she drew from within its depths, "Et voilà!" Christielle pronounced Crystal? Christielle? I don't know. Two sunflowers larger than the other blooms in her basket, and quite magnificent, with twin riots of bright yellow petals. Crystal. Thought we were complicating it. Okay, I'm sorry. The sunflowers were large enough to be ostentatious, but Magdalena didn't seem to mind. Instead, she seemed quite pleased with the flowers that the girl had presented her, beholding them as if they were fine treasures made of solid gold. The fucking baby in the background is annoying. Ostentatious? Ostentatious? She beamed, though not too widely, it wouldn't and do to startle the girl with her sharp incisors, then said, "Thank you kindly, mademoiselle. You're too kind. I'm sure my lady will look wonderful with these." "I'm sure she will. There's no way she won't, kind mademoiselle. Not when she's so pretty. These flowers will suit her to a T. And thanks again." "God bless you." Oh? Magdalena paused, standing by the roadside as the flower girl took off, practically beaming from ear to ear. Her sweet, well-meaning appellation. Appellation? Why are there so many hard words in this game? They're killing me. They're killing me. They're killing me. Appellation. God bless you. Must have struck a chord. Appellation. Must have struck a chord because Magdalena looked quite bemused. She blinked beneath the brim of her hat, holding the stems of the large sunflowers between her gloved fingers. Mutely, she looked out at the crowd into which the flower girl had run, her hair shifting in the breeze. Then she frowned. Would God bless me, I wonder? Often I felt as if he had forsaken me, but... Lady Magdalena! Henny, who had been walking apace with Mike, her hands laden with the various boxes from her latest shopping excursion, now paused. "Are you all right? You look very deep in thought there." "What?" Magdalena blinked like one awaking from a long, long dream and shook her head. Faintly she smiled, a smile quite unlike any of the smiles Mike had seen from her during her sojourn? I don't know. In the old von Schieflins, old tumble-down manor in the depths of the woods. Then in a light voice she said, "Never mind me, Henny, I feel perfectly fine." "Are you sure?" Henny smiled teasingly. Though initially uneasy around Magdalena, she had grown quite comfortable with her during the year they had been together, and she sounded quite cheerful when she said, "If you're not careful, you'll get swept away by the tide and trampled underfoot." "Huh!" Magdalena chuckled at this, then shook her head. "I would like to see this crowd try. If they have any sense, they ought to know to keep their distance." True to Magdalena's words, the crowds were giving her something of a birth. Birth? You can't look to chat me and for help and then not wait for latency. I can't figure out these things. I'm not that cool. Birth. 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 Okay, that's what I thought. Busy through though the streets were, the men and women, their children too, seemed naturally to avoid her as if they knew no good could come from it consorting with such a maiden. Though Magdalena was short of stature and rather skinny, she exuded a sort of aura which seemed to render most people uneasy. Was it her red eyes, perhaps, or her pale skin? Mike wasn't sure, but it did make shopping easier than it might otherwise have been. And they were never jostled when they went to the opera either. The flower girl from earlier must have been made of unusually stern stuff if she had not been perturbed by Magdalena. That or she had been that desperate for gold coins, she hadn't much cared about how sinister she was. Well, true enough, you've not had to worry about pickpockets with you around. But you really shouldn't stand around like that. You aren't feeling unwell, are you? I'm quite all right, thank you. I feel this street is too crowded for my liking, however, and it is much too noisy. Let us depart for now. I could use some quiet. Magdalena turned, Mike and Henny following in her footsteps. A trio of women left Avenue Montaigne, which was busy at all hours, and retreated to the riverside. Montaigne. Okay, I said it right. Cool. To a quieter part of Paris, where there were fewer opera enthusiasts and self-styled gentlemen. The sound of the carriages faded away to be replaced by the running of water, the discordant quacking of nearby ducks. It was even darker now than it had been, and the sky was a rich navy blue, a tapestry of stars which fringed the all-seeing moon. The moon's light caught in Magdalena's fair hair, so it seemed to shine like silver, obscured though it was beneath the brim of her hat. Magdalena rarely went outdoors without a hat, though this might have been an unnecessary precaution. She took care to never leave the house when it was too light. When it was too bright. Mike sometimes found it unfortunate that she could not promenade with Magdalena during the sunlight hours, but she had never once begrudged Magdalena for it. She could enjoy it going outdoors with her partner when the sun was beginning to set, when the cool, crisp breeze was full of secrets and the grass seemed to shiver as it awaited the dawning of a brand new day. Aww. Free from the crowds, Magdalena turned to Mike. Then, very gently, she smiled. She stepped forth, one of the sunflowers in her hand, and threaded it through Mike's copper hair, a delicate gesture which made Mike shiver. Magdalena beheld Mike, her red eyes full of some emotion that Mike could not quite place, affection, she imagined, or perhaps something deeper, as she said, "Now that we are on our own, I feel like I ought to relay the young flower girl's message to you. Just such kind words are wasted on me, given my true nature. But I hope God blesses you, my Mike. You deserve it." Then, Mike blinked. A blush rose to her cheeks, pale pink. "It's very kind of you, but I think you deserve a few of those blessings yourself. I wouldn't want to take all of them. Wouldn't that be greedy?" "Not at all. You can be as greedy as you want with me, Mike. Everything I have, you may take. I do belong to you, after all, my body and soul. And really, you needn't worry about God blessing me. No? No, after all, I have you." Magdalena's red eyes softened. A gust of wind blew, stirring her hair, the hem of her long coat. The yellow sunflower in Mike's hair was so very striking. It might have been garish, especially when contrasted with the stock of her vivid red hair. But it was late and the lights were dim, and the sunflower instead seemed very soft and lovely, a very soft and lovely thing indeed. That sunflower seemed to carry within it a whole wealth of meaning. It was the sun which Magdalena could not stand beneath, for fear that she would burn to a crisp, that her body would be consigned to the ashes. Magdalena could not step out during the day, but she did not need to. Now she had Mike. Mike would continue to shine upon her, to smile at her. And in that sense, perhaps Magdalena was very fortunate indeed. Both women had rescued the other. They had allowed one another to escape. And when Magdalena next spoke, Mike felt her heart flutter. Mike stared at Magdalena, who was divinely beautiful. Was so divinely beautiful she put all of the goddesses in the Greek pantheon to shame, as she said, "And when we are together, I feel very, very blessed indeed." Yay! Dangerously to say. Yeah. That's it? No smash? They probably do that, just they don't talk about it in the story. Okay, this boot is exhausted. Ugh. Yeah, I just want to not talk about her smashings. Magdalena confirmed her smash. You were talking about the game. Oh my god, Storm. I wasn't. Kara, we're writing out right now. Writing out right now. I had to go to bed, please. Oh my god. So, how was your day? Uh, Exhausting. Well, not really. Just doing my thing, listening to the playlist I made for the karaoke on Sunday. I am so scared for that. It's fine. It'll go fine. I have to keep telling myself that it'll go fine. Do you know they added a battle pass to Palliot? That's what the lunar paths. Dear gods. Dear gods. Why? They have cosmetics in it and a whole new housing line. Chokes and dies. Breathe, breathe. Yes, I'm fine. Sadie. Hi. Hold on. I have Kitty under my desk. You want to say hi to the people? You want to say hi to the people? Don't bite me. That's very rude. So guys, this is Sadie. She never hangs out with me, but this is the mama cat. Meow meow. This is mama cat. This is mama Sade. This is mama Sade. You want to say hi to the people? Are you saying hi to the people? She's saying hi to the people. She's probably gonna bite me if I don't put her down, though, so I'm gonna do that now. Yeah, I had Shadow in here earlier, but I picked him up and he was just growling at me. Whoa. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Put her down. I don't know where she went. So, final thoughts of the game. I liked it. I liked it. There was a lot more that happened at the end there that I was expecting. I was really honestly expecting that Mike would become a vampire and just live in that manner with uh Magdalena, but at the same time, I was a little disappointed at first, but I was like, wait, no, that makes sense. That it's a lot better ending that they're all together. I really want to know what happened to Johan though. Like I want to know what he looks like as a vampire. Like we were robbed of that. We were totally robbed of that. Out of 10, 9.5. I enjoyed it a lot. It was a really good story. Just there was a lot. It would be a shame if you balled me right now, Aokiro is just going to refund you because I'm not sitting here for another half an hour. I'm not. You can't make me. I feel like he only did. That refund was instant. And so I shall. Because I'm not sitting here for another half an hour. You can do the bald again another time. We basically got bald cat for free this time for like 2 minutes. I'm tossing you over at plant. I'll build an unvault command. No, I can just do it on my key. There's no need for a command. Oh, but isn't there? I don't. Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. See you Friday. Bye bye. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Good night. Bye bye.